Meetings are recorded by the Franklin TV and shown on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29, as well as recorded by Franklin Matters. So we'll start today with the Pledge of Allegiance. So we do have a pledge student today here from Washington K-2. Want to go ahead and stand up, buddy? It's our pleasure to introduce Connor Storelli, a second grade student in Miss Mark's class at Washington K-2. Connor was nominated by his teacher for being responsible, outgoing, and patriotic. Connor loves writing, reading, and drawing, and he has a special passion for history, which he considers to be one of his strongest subjects. He especially enjoys learning about what happened long ago in our country and around the world. During a recent state report, Connor chose to research Rhode Island and was excited to share his visit to Fort Adams, where he explored the courtyard and even saw a torpedo and a cannon. When he grows up, Connor hopes to become either a photographer or a marine archaeologist who studies shipwrecks, both careers that reflect his curiosity and love of discovery. Outside of school, Connor enjoys riding his bike and visiting trampoline parks. We're very proud to have Connor representing Washington Elementary and leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And then we'll hold a moment of silence as is customary. Thank you. All right, routine business. Review of agenda. Does the agenda look good to everyone?
I could actually make a motion. If we could move discussion action item A, the Galapagos Island trip vote, to immediately follow guest presentation A, the presentation on the Galapagos Islands.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, discussion. Any questions? Okay. Vote will come to motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. And then payment of bills. Everything looks good in order, or looks in order there. Payroll.
Bill's looking good. Payroll.
Payroll's all set. FHS student reps report.
Hi, my name is Callie Joyce, and I'm the president of the class of 2027, and I'm here with Siobhan.
Thank you. My name is Siobhan Dev.
So first, if you're looking to take the SATs, dates that are offered are March 14th, May 2nd, and June 6th. Quarter 2 ends January 27th. Recently, DECA regionals happened, and there are 54 people moving on to states. Panther Pride Night is January 29th, and this is a great opportunity for freshmen to explore like the clubs and sports that Franklin High School has to offer. Senior banquet is April 10th, junior prom is May 1st, sophomore banquet is March 13th, and freshman banquet is March 27th.
There's no school this upcoming Monday, the 19th, because of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. There's a half day tomorrow where students are getting out at 11:20 to accommodate for traffic. Students at Franklin High School are being called down to the office to undergo their annual mental health and wellness screenings. There are a couple concerts taking place at the high school. There's the jazz concert on the 27th of January at 7 p.m. There's concert hours taking place on the 24th and 25th, and there's the Jazz Cafe taking place on that same day at 6 p.m. The class of 2027 is running a calendar fundraiser throughout the month of March, where they will be selling calendars to help fundraise for their prom at Gillette Stadium on May 1st. In terms of sports, student athletes should remember to pay their athletic fees.
Any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
By the way, Connor, do you want to?
Chair
Yeah,
Griffith,
that's
does
super.
Connor have permission to head home?
Yes, please do. Thank you so much. Superintendent's report.
All right. Could someone turn the lights on? I'm getting to a point where I can't see as well. I was gonna try, but, thanks, Steve. That's so much better. Thank you so much. As we begin the new calendar year, I just wanted to take a moment to wish our students, our staff, our families, and our community a very happy and healthy new year. I hope that the winter break offered time to rest and reconnect and recharge with those important to you. And we're grateful for the partnership that we have with Franklin Public Schools, with our community and our students and our staff and our families. And we are wishing everyone health, good health as we kick into the 2026 year. So starting off with my announcements, I'll start with the FHS cheer team, our state champions who are here tonight. We are fortunate to recognize the Franklin High School cheer team for another extraordinary season. This certainly is not their first recognition or their first visit to school committee, but this fall, 11 student athletes competed in the MSAA Large Co-Ed Division and delivered an exceptional performance throughout the season. The team captured the Hockomock League Championship, the South Regionals Championship, and went on to win the MSAA Large Co-Ed State Championship held at Worcester State University, and their 17th state championship overall, a truly historic accomplishment. And congratulations to our student athletes, Coach Donnie Gill and our entire coaching staff, and the families who support our young student athletes for sustaining such a high level of excellence year after year. We're very proud of you. Thank you for all the work that you put in, and congratulations. If we could, it's customary to recognize not only our state champions, but take a photo that we can put on the website to just acknowledge their accomplishments. So at this time, if our cheer team could please come up to the rostrum, right where the TV is, next to Chairman Griffith, and if the school committee could come around and take a photo, that would be great. Is there a way we should do this? You would know better than me.
Just a little bit, and then more school committee members can go in behind.
If I need like a few minutes.
Just come forward a little bit. Yeah, that's good. And just fill in.
It's your turn.
And if you're behind somebody, just make sure you can see between the gaps. Go ahead, go ahead.
All right.
Good smiles, great stuff. Good, good. Excellent, thanks.
Excellent.
Just to make a quick note, there is a vote later, it's hours from now, for the state, for the team to compete and go out of state for their competition that will take place. So we did not take that out of order, but there is, it's a recurring trip for a state championship team that wins this often to go to Orlando. So that is in the consent agenda later down. We can leave it there, and I can let folks know, or if you want to take the
I was
vote.
gonna say, can we make a motion to move that vote up to right now so you guys could see the result? Would anyone be up for
Do I have a
seconding that?
second?
Second. Okay.
Any questions, discussion? All right. Vote will come to motion, or, yeah, vote will come to motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. That was just to move it.
That was just to move it. So now, that's good. You know what, they voted to take a vote, so this is good.
Thank you,
This is bureaucracy at its finest, folks. Here we go. All right, next. So I recommend approval of the request of Kara Ellis to take the FHS cheerleaders to Orlando, Florida from March 12th to the 16th, 2026, as detailed.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, motion Motion and a second. Any questions, comments? Seeing none? Oh,
Just want to say congratulations. It's been a number of years, at least since Al and I have been on the committee, and every single year, I feel like this has kind of come up. I think the very first one that we had, we kind of had to pause our meeting for a little bit because when everybody was down in the parking lot, we heard them, you guys all cheer so loudly going down to Florida. And but it's amazing, and it's such a testament to the entire organization that this is where it kind of fell on the agenda, just more bureaucracy, I guess, but it's called a consent agenda. It's like the buried stuff that we naturally know is always going to come up and is going to kind of get voted upon. And I mean, it's a lot of small little stuff, approving the minutes and accepting this or that. The fact that the cheer team going to nationals down in Florida has become such a commonplace for the Franklin School Committee is wild, but it's well deserved. Best of luck, congratulations, what you've done so far, and I'm going to vote on this next year as well. I have no doubt.
all right. Seeing no further discussion, the vote will come to motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So, if you'd like, you can go or you can sit. We're going to be here until about 11.
Thank you. Make us proud.
Okay, I'd like to continue with my update, and I'd like to also recognize students who recently participated in the Poetry Out Loud competition. This is a wonderful example of student voice, confidence, and authentic learning in action. So congratulations to Marina Zaki, a freshman, and this year's school winner, and Penny Keenan, a junior, first runner-up. Penny will represent Franklin at the regional competition at the Huntington Theater during the weekend of February 7th and 8th, and should Marina not be able to attend. Thank you again to the school committee members and the staff who took time to judge. We truly appreciate your support and the student learning that goes on in and beyond the classroom. For DECA, as you heard already from our student reps, 166 FHS students competed in the regional DECA competition against more than 1,000 students from across the region. Students competed in one of 50 business-related categories, including role play, scenarios, written business plans, and those placing in the top 5 in their category qualified for the state level. And I'm proud to share that 54 students, FHS students, will advance to compete at the upcoming state competition in Boston, and there will be a full press release on this subject. And I just want to personally thank Emily Rossborough and Brian Keeley, who are our advisors, for their leadership and support of an outstanding DECA program. Franklin High is also recognizing its AP Scholar Honor Roll by the College Board, and this recognition honors the schools that expand access to advanced placement coursework while supporting student success. And this reflects a true school-wide effort from teachers, counselors, administrators to students and families, and it affirms our commitment to both opportunity and achievement. These accomplishments speak to the depth of learning, the leadership, and the preparation happening every day at Franklin High, and we're very proud of our students and our staff. The Office of Teaching and Learning will finalize and share the selected 2026 MCAS dates. The English/Language Arts MCAS will begin in March, and math and STEM will follow in April and May. It's important for students to be in school, but especially on these days, so that they can maximize their performance and have an ideal testing environment. A Title I update: Washington K-2 and Washington 3-5 schools have qualified for Title I services through the federal government. Literacy specialists have worked to identify eligible students to participate in after-school programs 2 days per week and an in-school program during the day. The after-school program began last week, and we have 21 staff members, teachers and ESPs, and over 65 students participating in these programs. This week, in-school program began with 5 staff members working to identify students to participate in the intervention. Next, this is the last announcement I have, and it has to do with the email and the very long voicemail you probably received from me inadvertently, that it basically read the entire email. But we are going to be having an early dismissal or an adjusted dismissal tomorrow, Wednesday, January 14th, due to the funeral services for a fallen Uxbridge police officer, Stephen Laporta, which is being held at St. Mary's Church. So in coordination with the Franklin Police Department, we anticipate planned road closures, traffic congestion beginning at 11 and around the town common and surrounding neighborhoods. And to prioritize student safety and transportation reliability, we've implemented adjusted dismissal times. I've provided this in email, it's on the website, so I won't read every single piece. I just would make a note about those dismissal times so that there is clarity. And I actually cut it out because it was too long. But the times have been communicated, they're online. I know that the middle school's at 10:45, the high school's at 11:20, the elementary is at 1:45. Those are the dates. The solutions will start right at 1:45 to receive students. And Pond Street and ECDC at Oak and Pond will be a 12:15 dismissal, which is an adjustment. This is all online, and we know that we appreciate everyone's flexibility as we look to try to navigate the situation tomorrow. And our condolences go out to the LaPorta family for their loss. That completes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Appreciate it, thank you. Any questions, comments?
I have one. Will buses be taking an alternative route, or will they be allowed through the
So
closures?
the bus dismissals that happened before 11 will be able to take a similar route to get out, but there is an alternative route to get out of the middle school complex and the high school complex out of Panther Way, and then drive over to their rooted areas. So there are some road closures which we've identified. The people who are impacted directly, Colin has been reaching out to make contact, and then our schools have sent out, per the request of our school committee, was to send out school-specific emails that people read. Sometimes the district ones aren't as read as readily, but anyway, that did go out, so it's been clearly communicated to folks impacted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much, Lucas, for looking into this, because yesterday you texted us multiple times on different plans that we had, and thanks for accommodating the individual school level text or emails. That's definitely going to help the parents to follow that closely. And just I wanted to congratulate the cheerleading team, DECA team. My son is also part of DECA, so he was there last week. DECA team for their effort and time given on these activities. Congratulations, team, and hoping we'll see more advancements to the states. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, just wanted to, make sure that for the dismissal tomorrow, I know a lot of parents hear early dismissal and they assume that we're kind of going into the normal pattern. These are different times than normal. It's not a standard half day. So definitely make sure you check those emails, please, and review as much as possible. We don't want people to show up 2 hours early expecting, a regular half-day dismissal, or, have the kids home for an hour without people expecting it. So please do make sure that you review that. It is a different time compared to normal dismissal or early dismissal. That's that event. I don't have any other comments, so we'll work our way through. So moving on, we now have guest presentations. Good number of them tonight. Appreciate all the time spent getting these together. Lucas, do you want to go ahead and introduce?
Sure. So we have 4 presentations tonight. Every presenter has done a really great job of preparing resources and materials. They're also prepared to present in a fashion that allows us to hit on the key points, keep the meeting moving. However, I want to give them the respect that they deserve for the work that they put in to prepare each of these presentations. So just put that out there. Mr. Chetland, come on in. We're joined by Jason Chetland, who is a math teacher at Franklin High School. He's presenting an EF Tours trip. This is his first trip, and he's going to be presenting on Galapagos, and you should see that, and I'll let you kick it away, Jay. Thank you for being here.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you all for your attention tonight. As Mr. Jagir just said, I want to propose a trip to a 9-day tour of Quito, Ecuador, and the Galapagos Islands, scheduled for February of 2027. This would be my 3rd tour with EF. I'm going to Japan next month with the group as a fellow teacher there. I'm an experienced traveler, excursion leader, and I'm very much looking forward to the opportunity to take students to the Galapagos Islands and tour around. The days that I'm proposing are from the first Saturday of the February vacation to the closing Sunday. So there's going to be no school that's missed. We aren't just visiting, we're entering what Darwin called a living laboratory. So amongst other experiences, students will be studying species at the Charles Darwin Research Station. They're going to be looking at tortoises, penguins, iguanas, land iguanas, marine iguanas, and other various, all the life, the flora and fauna that is just abundant in the Galapagos. This will certainly be the highlight of the trip. I believe it's 4 days that we'll be spending on the islands as a whole, and it certainly would be an experience that they would not soon forget. Additionally, we're going to be snorkeling with sea turtles, hiking lava islets. They're going to be immersing themselves in the culture at the local craft markets there, bridging science with social studies, and really giving them a full experience of what it means to be in Ecuador. And while these activities are more academic, standing on the equatorial line offers them a more experiential engagement, really gives them the where and making the geography of South America really unforgettable. And what I would like to do at this point here, looks like you folks might be in for a little longer night, so I'm going to kind of go through the rest of this a little quicker. I know you've seen the materials here, but I do just want to point out that all the things that we've come to know about the EF tours are really, they're still holding true there. Like the airfare is covered. We have a full-time tour director that's with us all the time. We're going to have local guides that take us to all the different places. All the emergency assistance, the travel support team, all those things are still in place. There are, EF offers a free till debit card, so it makes it easy to pay for things such as the few lunches that we have to pay for. Not all lunches are covered in this tour. Those when we're on the islands are covered, but when we're in the city and at the markets, they have an opportunity to buy their own lunches, their own snacks. And other things like baggage fees at the airport, gratuities, things like that aren't covered in the tour. And let's see, what else here? Yeah, you have safety standards. Again, this is all the boilerplate stuff, the global travel protection. Families have the opportunity to purchase additional travel protection if they so choose, so that if they need to pull out a trip as early as, I believe it's within 24 hours. They can pay for that additional thing and get that additional insurance for themselves, excuse me. This trip is open to all current freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. Seniors, sorry, you're graduating, you're moving on. Connor, a little too young, maybe we'll go back there in the future. And this is probably one of the more important slides for me. I just want to make it really clear that this is, we want to make this accessible to all people. So if they have physical needs, we can do modified hikes. We have life jackets for snorkeling. There's even discounted rates for travel aids for students with physical impairments. This was actually news to me. I just found this out last month, so this was kind of a nice little gem in there that's not really, it's hard to find in all their things, but it's really a nice thing for them. Translators, interpreters, it's there for them. Additionally, EF offers a $1,000 scholarship for students in need. Again, boilerplate stuff, this is stuff they offer for all the trips, but trying to make this equitable for all students and accessible for all students is certainly a high priority. And to put this investment in perspective, the cost of $5,229 is consistent with the majority of EF trips we've taken at FHS. And again, we want this experience to be accessible, so note that they can pay either biweekly or monthly if that's easier for families to afford. And at this point, at this point, I'm going to open the floor open to you folks if you have any questions or concerns about any aspects of the trip.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any questions?
I'm just curious about the application process. How do you sign up to go on the trip?
In a couple weeks, we'll have a meeting with all interested parties, parents and students, and just start to explain more about the trip and the details. We'll have a sign-up right there with a barcode and a form for them to fill out, and that starts the process and starts the communication. And then we'll have 2 more meeting shortly thereafter in the coming weeks after that.
Is there a deadline already set, or?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, and this is probably more for Superintendent Jagier or Dr. Weber. So sorry for putting you on the spot. I know you're just an audience member. I know in the past that we had talked about having like a EF like travel program. Do we have any updates on where that is?
Do you want to share an update, Dr. Weber?
Sure. It's in the works. It's one of our priorities among many. So we are doing our best. It's little by little. It's a slower process. Yes, so it's a little bit of a slower process, but we have worked really hard to be selective about the tours that we're offering students. I really like how Jay highlighted the accessibility piece. I think that was important to us. And if you've noticed from some of our previous trips, they're really like a cross-section of experiences. So this one is that more nature, science-based one. And we have Japan, which is more of a cultural trip. We have Hawaii, which is a domestic option for some students that don't have passports. So we're really trying to offer a range of experiences. So it's coming together in terms of we're working on it slowly, for sure. And then the other piece that's really important, I know that I've mentioned before, and I know it's important to everybody in this room and everybody watching probably, is working with EF Tours to transfer some of the points that our chaperones have accumulated and turn that into actual dollars. It's going to go directly back to students. So Jay was able to get, do you remember off the top of your head what that amount was?
Yes, it's $14,400.
So we now have $14,400 that will be transferable and accessible for students. So our next step in this process is to develop some sort of application process for like a scholarship opportunity that we will offer to students. With this trip, fortunately, we have some time. The trips that are already in place, those, as you know, we try to plan these well over a year. This one is for February of 2020.
So 13 months.
Yeah, so 13 months from now. So we'll be able to put something together. The plan is for this trip. But fortunately, the ones that are already in the works, that opportunity is not there. But, you know, we're making progress, and I'm really excited to see, you know, all the trips and the experiences. It's so great to hear what the students learn and what they experience on these trips. So we're happy that we have staff and teachers who are interested in hosting. It's a huge responsibility. I've been on a trip as a chaperone. It's not a vacation. It is hard work. So we appreciate the people who are willing to take students on these trips.
Great, thank you, appreciate that, yeah. And
Sure.
it's amazing to see how this has evolved from like our very first ones that have come for, you know, with us, to like where it's now and where it's gonna come. So I love the whole opportunity to get something for the students and that scholarship opportunity. So, thank you.
I'll just quickly mention, I happen to have a friend in Franklin whose son graduated last year who went on the Costa Rica trip, which was kind of science-based, like it felt more nature. And now I believe is majoring, got a pretty decent scholarship and is majoring in like environmental science, and it changed the whole sort of trajectory and track of what he was thinking of doing. So there's a lot of value, so
That's wonderful.
thanks.
That's
Yeah.
excellent. Yay.
So this is one question on the safety and support. The 24/7 safety and incident response team, is that offered by EF, or is it something we own it?
That's through EF, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, just want to piggyback on what my colleague Al was talking about too. I love like the cross section. So for like the parents that are kind of like looking at this one, there are just so many amazing opportunities, and it's just becoming like almost like clockwork. All the different ones that keep coming up. And I saw on the agenda item the Galapagos Islands. I was blown away. I can't believe that's a place that you'd be willing to take kids to. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I
It's
just
hard work.
absolutely
It's hard work, yes.
I just love this entire program, and I'm so glad that we're finding so much success with EF. So thank you very much.
Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
I just had one
Oh,
quick.
yeah, sorry.
Sorry. No worries. So just, I actually had only one concern is kind of what's our backup plan for that return on February 21st? Because those students are most likely to be a little exhausted, a little jet lagged, and having taken a few flights recently, they don't always land quite as, quite on time.
Yeah.
So do we have anything kind of in place with Dr. Weber potentially if things do get delayed? Just having some plans ahead of time?
Well,
We don't have the ability to charter flight.
Right.
No.
We don't have
Well, I
personal
can,
planes.
I can speak to the timing of it. We do, for this trip, we fly out on Saturday evening, and we turn here on Sunday morning,
Red eye, okay,
which is better than most
Yes.
that I've seen or heard of, yes.
absolutely.
If you don't mind, I'll just add that that was one of the, like, sort of stipulations that we, in partnering with EF Tours and taking so many, that was important feedback that we heard here, actually. So they have an agreement with us, I'll say we're mutually working with each other so that the trips so students don't miss any school, because in the past, there were a few trips where that had to happen. So they are modifying their schedules to accommodate us, to make sure that our kids will be here, like, through that Friday afternoon and back before Monday morning, with, as best as possible, whatever's in our control for travel purposes.
Excellent. I appreciate that. Yeah, the red eye is definitely a good approach. And as a geneticist, this kind of trip is really fantastic to hear about. Interested to see, if the students get an opportunity to see the finches while they're down there, kind of getting the backstory and the understanding of just how diverse those birds are without actually being that far apart from each other genetically. So,
Just
have fun.
amazing, jaw-dropping, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yep.
Excellent. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right. So we do have something out of order here. Lucas, I believe
Oh,
we're
yes,
taking.
yes, we took another, okay. So I recommend approval of the request of Jason Chetland to take the FHS students to the Galapagos Islands from February 13th through February 21st, 2027, as discussed.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
A second? All right, motion and a second by Stephen. Discussion, questions? All right, vote will come into motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Have fun. All right. So we're just running right through these. This is great.
Yep, continuing with Franklin High School, we're excited to welcome Dr. Weber and Ms. Safidi and Ms. Reed to the rostrum to do a presentation on our Franklin High School Program of Studies. This is an annual update and presentation. I'm really excited. What makes this one unique is there's some pieces in there that are new additions to an excellent Franklin High School program. So kudos to Dr. Weber, her team, all the staff, the counselors, our guidance counselors, everyone who has worked behind the scenes to make the work happen for these changes. And I'll kick it over to you, Dr. Weber, but kudos to you. I know that since you've taken over in this role, you've done an excellent job of leading and really listening to where the building's at and the school's at, and I am just excited to hear, and I'm excited for the community to hear about the great things that you and your team that are presenting tonight have to share.
Thank you so much. Thank you, I appreciate that lovely introduction and those words. It's a privilege and a pleasure. This is like my dream job, and I'm loving it. And none of this could be possible. The work that we've done and what we can share about our program of studies is really a collaborative effort. The administrative team tonight, we have Kristen Reed, and we have our, new to us this year is Christine Scafidi. She's our career counselor, part of our guidance department. There's some department heads and directors behind me that all work hard to contribute to this. The rest of the guidance counseling team, the teachers, and everyone. So it's quite an effort. We start this process way back in November, early November, to start taking a look at the program of studies. So tonight we will just review the process about how we review the program of studies. We will mention some notable adjustments to this year's program of studies and some new course proposals that our teachers have recommended, and some other considerations for families and students to think about as they're selecting their courses for next year. And then we would love to provide you with an update on our Innovation Career Pathways that almost everybody here, I know there's some new members, so we're welcoming questions at the end if you have them. So we have an update for you as well. So just briefly, I think it's important to share this information so that you know really how comprehensive this is and all the factors that go into what lands in our program of studies. We really start, like I said, in early November with Principals Council. So that's our group of department heads, directors, building administrators, and our central office, some of our central office of teaching and learning administrators. We review the course content, structure, the language. We just, every year, we go through the framework of the program of studies and make sure it's up to date and is reflective of what we still want it to be reflecting. Guidance will review our explanation of the graduation requirements, because in the recent years, they've changed a little bit as we've added a few things. For instance, the art requirement was added, I think, now 2 years ago. So personal finance was added as well. So those minor changes, we just make sure we check and make sure that they're updated. The next phase really involves analyzing some of the historical data. So we really take a look at enrollment trends. What are students selecting? What do students want to take? Which courses are becoming much more populated and in demand? We look at our staff, our current staffing. We look at class sizes. We look at overall where students have landed and how our schedule has worked. And then we take a good look at, are there any gaps in our offerings? Are there new trends and things that we really want our students to experience that is missing from our program of studies, and can we find creative ways to offer them? And you'll hear some of our course offerings a little bit later that reflect some of those changes. And we make sure we review for DESE's guidance, our own Portrait of a Graduate, and our requirements. Then we move to phase 3, where we receive the course proposals based on this analysis and this thoughtfulness given by our teachers and our department heads and directors. And then I will review them with other members of the admin team and the Office of Teaching and Learning. We make some final revisions, and then we present them to you for approval. And then after this, it really launches our scheduling process. So tomorrow morning, if and when this is approved, incoming 9th graders, so current 8th grade families will receive notification of what's next for them. And they'll get exposure to the program of studies with a lot of information about the scheduling process, courses to look for, and things like that. And then they'll learn a lot more about that on Panther Pride Night. They have information about that already. And then concurrently, we have our guidance counselors meeting with our 9th, 10th, and 11th graders to start their scheduling meetings. And new this year, thanks to the WIN block, the guidance counselors are also offering sort of guidance seminars by grade to just offer more assistance to students who might have questions about certain paths or that they want to pursue in their scheduling and their course selections. So that summarizes our process. And some notable adjustments. Kristen will share some of
So
those.
I'm going to speak to the notable adjustments that we made to our program of studies this year. First, just noting up on the screen there's the Innovation Career Pathways was added to our program of studies. Dr. Weber mentioned this earlier, and Christine Scafidi will be talking about this more later in the presentation, but we have 2 pathways that have been added to our program of studies, one in business and finance and one in health and social assistance. So you'll hear more details about that. It's important to note that those pathways are designed to explore careers and expose students to opportunities like job shadowing, internships, guest speakers, while also aligning with the courses that they're currently taking at the high school. And again, you'll hear more about that from Christine. We also have some new course proposals that were accepted and added to the program of studies. As Dr. Weber mentioned, during our review process, we work with the teachers and then the department heads and directors to identify areas that potentially are gaps in the curriculum or where we're seeing increase in student interest. And so we take a look at those course proposals and we look to enhance our curriculum by adding new courses in response to student interest. So you will hear more in detail in the next slide about what those courses are. It's also important to note that we did make some changes to some existing courses. Some of the courses that we are noticing maybe don't have as much interest from year to year. We've modified them slightly to have them run every other year so that students who are interested in those courses still have the opportunity to take them. And that is primarily elective courses that tend to have smaller enrollment. We still would like students to have that opportunity to enroll in those courses in their time. And then the other two notable adjustments I would just mention is our competency determination language, which is currently already in place. I know most of you have seen that already, but we did add that to our program of studies so that that was clear for our families as they're looking at our graduation requirements. This just, as a reminder, is the language that was added in response to MCAS being removed as the competency determination for graduation. DESE we now have language pursuant to DESE guidance that is our competency determination in the content areas of English, math, and science that were previously covered by the MCAS testing. So that language is all in there as well. And then finally, we added language about the curriculum opt-out, which is the right of parents to review curriculum materials and then also request very specific content opt-out related to, that conflicts with their religious beliefs. And so that language is also in there. Just a note about that process comes through the building principal, and it would involve both reviewing the materials, but then also identifying very specific areas and meeting with school personnel to identify those areas. That's it.
Okay, so the new course proposals, they're very purposeful and kind of exciting to share, and I'm happy to answer questions about them, but briefly, so our visual and performing arts department really felt that something that would enhance their offerings was an art exploration class. And what's unique about this is they're still learning the specific skills and curriculum that's related to art and the art frameworks. However, it's a course that's a little bit more, there's a little bit more freedom in terms of the projects that they're using. So this is unique in that this is an offering in which students can take more than once because they'll experience a different project. There's a few courses within our program of studies where students can take more than once for credit, and this will be one of those. It's a little bit more progressive, and I think is what they called it, which was and it's an exciting opportunity. It's really going to appeal, I think, to a wide range of students who might have an interest in art. And then Learn to Jam is proposed by our music department, and so Learn to Jam is a beginner course. You could think about students who are maybe interested in playing an instrument at home, maybe get together with friends and maybe do a little band action, and we have like an opportunity. Yeah, they like to jam, right? So they like to jam. So we're hoping this will appeal to some kids that maybe aren't on, the traditional music track, but certainly have an interest and a desire to spend some time learning some music in this way. So.
Can you get on the announcements and say, is anyone looking to do some jam action?
Jam
You could really sell it.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Jam action. I wish I could jam.
Well, there's a course
Maybe
out.
I should do some observations of that. Next time I'll be here with the piano. Maybe a guitar. Maybe them all. I don't know. Earth science honors. So this might have a longer explanation. I'm going to keep it short. Really, this was very thoughtful because we were finding it, and I think Jen Curley is here too. She's the department head for science. We had a really good comprehensive conversation about how a lot of our students are trending towards the health sciences, and while that's great, we want students to leave Franklin High School with a more of a comprehensive exposure to sciences, and so we really want to give students the opportunity to take some physical sciences and providing some coursework in that as well. So we're adding an honors option of earth science, and we'll see where the kids go and what they choose. World language, we're offering 2 semester-based classes that are Latin-based. So medical Latin, so students who are interested in learning, perhaps they're looking towards that pathways track in the health sciences, or they just have an interest in learning some medical terminology. So really the foundation is the Latin language, and same thing applies for legal vocabulary as well. So that's a new offering. We'll see if students choose to take it. We all know about Latin. And so hopefully this is something, none of these, by the way, change any, I think it's important to note, we have the current staffing. This is all about student choice, and then we run the courses based on that. So we're not creating new positions, we're not eliminating positions. It's just working with what we have and see what the students choose. Again, the purpose of this is to fill any gaps or consider offerings to just continue to develop our program of studies. The American History through Sports, that is a semester course, and it's to look at the American history through a societal and cultural viewpoint, sports acting as a powerful and accessible lens to examine major social, economic, and cultural and political developments in the United States. That's the primary focus of this offering. The next one's very exciting, RefReps. So here, this is through our health and PE department. Students will have the opportunity to leave this course being certified referees. And so this is filling a gap for, I don't know if you attend many youth sports games, anything from younger grades all the way up to our varsity sports. We always hear that there's a ref shortage, it's hard to get refs. So this is going to provide students with the opportunity to get certified. When they leave that course, they'll be able to work and be paid for any sub-varsity level sport that they get certified in. So we're excited for that. And then the 2 business proposals are really also great offerings. The Entrepreneurship 2 class, we have a 1. The 2 is as an extension. We're developing our school store. We currently have a school store that has transitioned a little bit in its purpose. And this way, students in entrepreneurship will really take over the function of the school store, learning how to order, manage the finances, the inventory, and all the things associated with running a small business. And so this course is designed to serve that purpose. And then the other course, AP Business and Personal Finance, is a new offering by the AP College Board. There's no cost to us. They're also even training. They offer to train our, I think, 1 teacher at no cost this summer. I believe there's no materials, no cost for the curriculum materials either. We have a personal finance requirement already, and we have a course already, a semester course. But students who take this course, that would be fulfilled through this as well. So we're excited for this offering. As you know, you've heard that we have a very large interest, a growing and developing interest in our business department and our programming. It's also one of our pathways. And that's it for the new course proposals. Oh, and this is something, in our program of studies, parents should pay attention to this. We do have a list of questions by grade. It's a great opportunity for you to sit with your student, your child, have a conversation and say, have you considered, and students will do this with their guidance counselors, but have you chosen courses to keep you in pace for your graduation requirements? Do they align with your post-secondary plans? Are they appropriate courses for the level at which you will be most successful? So these are really important conversations. It's important to note that the selection process, it's very, very important that students try to choose the best fit option, and they will make that decision based on themselves with their families, but really, they should really also consider very heavily the recommendation of their teacher, because it's with a very tight schedule and large class sizes and there's a lot of restricted movement. So once a student is registered for a certain class, there's a certain number who are selecting honors X, a certain number are selecting CP, X, or open honors, and then the schedule is created, as you can imagine, with close to 1,400 students, and they're packed classes. So it's very difficult to make those changes. We do, of course, try to accommodate students as best we can, but oftentimes it will throw off the rest of their schedule if they have to make 1 change to math or 1 change to English or something like that. So really, it's really important that that part of the program of studies people make note of and really think thoughtfully about what their selections are when choosing courses. All right, and now an update on our pathways.
Hello, everyone. As I was introduced, my name is Christine Scafidi, and I am the Career School Counselor at Franklin High School, who is overseeing the new Innovation Career Pathway program that the high school and our district leaders worked so hard to process a grant over the last few years, and now we have it. We have it in the business and finance sector, and also in health and social assistance. And a little bit on my background, I have been a school counselor for my entire career, and I've spent the last several years working with the state in the early college and in basically in college access. But I have also worked with the Department of Higher Ed and on the designation processes for Innovation Career Pathways, and also with early college. So I've worked with school districts specifically to get this grant. So I'm tremendously honored and really happy, and to hear Maria start her presentation this evening saying that this is her dream job. I feel like this is my dream job now, to be in a district that's actually implementing something that I've been working with districts over the years to get Part A and then Part B, and now I'm doing it. So it's really great to finally be here and putting the pieces together in a district and working with students and teachers. And so the pathway now is here, and what's really exciting is putting all the pieces in place, which is having it in the program of studies is really exciting. So now our students and our faculty and our families can see that it's noted in the program of studies that there's a little icon next to our courses that note which courses in our business department, our science department, our social studies, and our health and physical education departments. Those are the 4 departments that currently contribute to these 2 pathways. And so students can see when they meet with their school counselors, or when parents look at our program of studies, they can see those courses and tell which ones are contributing to a pathway. So when they're taking those courses, so if you have a freshman or a sophomore or any grade level that might be taking financial literacy right now, that's absolutely in our business and finance pathway. I was at DECA last week, so I'm sure I saw your son, but I was supporting all the students as a chaperone at the DECA regionals last week, and I was thinking to myself, oh, I cannot wait to get my hands on all of them and recruit them into the pathway, because it's very exciting to think about all of the additional things that we can be doing with them, when it's thinking about bringing in guest speakers, whether it's taking them on field trips, all of the great supplemental experiences that we can be giving them in these wonderful growing fields. And as Dr. Weber said, business is something that Franklin really has grown to enjoy, in adding these 2 new courses. So the way the pathway works is we have 4 courses that the students can take, and in addition to those 4 courses that they're already taking, we can supplement it with all kinds of wonderful, rich experiences. They can have an industry-recognized credential, and all of these wonderful things that can happen throughout their time here between freshman and senior year. And then it culminates in a 100-hour internship or externship or capstone experience as a senior. And so think of it, and I know you're all probably very familiar with our senior project, which is 70 hours. Well, this is adding 30 hours on top of that, where they're really focusing with a partner in the community or somewhere else that we've identified that is a partner in that pathway. So for example, for health and social assistance, we've connected with Sturdy Memorial Hospital. We've also connected with I always mix up the letters, I apologize. MRN Diagnostics here in Franklin, who has always been a partner in the community, has said that they will focus on ICP with us. And we also have partnered with Dean Bank. And we're starting that partnership this spring by placing senior projects there, so that we can start to build that partnership now and work backwards to figure out what we can be doing along the way when we start to build in the sophomore experiences and the junior experiences. So this is going to be a really great way for us to really start to build the pathway as we go along, and our faculty are already experts. So we're just going to start to identify those students now so that those pathways become more robust. And in the future, maybe we'll be adding some courses at another school committee meeting, but for now, we have these incredible pathways already in place, and we're ready to bring the students in. And if you have questions, I'll be at Panther Night, and I will be supporting the school counselors as they recommend these courses and talk to the students about them. And if they have questions, they can reach out to me. But we're really excited about the 2 pathways, and we look forward to having them grow. That's it for us.
All right. Well, Well, thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Reese?
Hey, you had mentioned that the new courses that you had outlined are going to be dependent on student enrollment and that, it's not replacing anything. How exactly does that play out? Can you kind of summarize like the steps involved in determining what actually follows through and becomes a course?
Yes. So once the scheduling, once each grade goes through, meets with their guidance counselors, and then we have our Aspen window open for a period of time where students will select their courses. They select their first and second choices. And then we have a wonderful Aspen guru, Dave Soulard, who's also a guidance counselor on the side. Kidding, he's become a in Aspen, he's so great. He's literally spends days working on interfacing with Aspen to create this master schedule, and it puts students, it will say, he creates some spreadsheets that basically will say how many students have selected whatever course it is, and then we use those tallies to say, all right, that equals X number of sections. And so sometimes it's a nice number that fits, and sometimes we only have room for 75 students in this course, so the other 50 that chose it can't get this as a priority for this year. So there's lots of things that go into producing a master schedule. And Lucas himself has some
I
experience.
used to do the schedule for the high school. I'm sorry, I see some department heads in the crowd.
Yeah.
But also, that's where there's the program does this, but the humanistic element is the work of the department heads to look at the sections that they're going to offer. Which teachers will they assign to teach the specific courses that are available? And then you run that machine and based on all that input. So it's using the tools we have with the humans that we have who are experts in the area and to make that happen. So, and also I tell my own children, you vote for courses with your selections. So if you are interested in it, you should put it down as something you're interested to take, because ultimately when those tallies come in, those really dictate what runs. If there's one person who wants a course, it's not going to run, but if there's courses that have 50, 75, 100 students, those are obviously ones that a department would look at and say, oh, we need to create some sections for this and make it work with the FTE that we have, so.
Great, thank you for the answer. And actually, a follow-up, is that, you had mentioned how honors classes can become very tight. Is that the same process that you determine the number of honors sections through, that same
Yes,
process?
so it's independent of the level. It's wherever the courses, wherever the students are choosing. And then conversely, on the other side of things, the difficult decisions are when we have a cohort of students, maybe 10 or 12, who are interested in a course, and unfortunately, we can't have class sizes that small anymore because we wouldn't be able to teach all the students who need to be taught. So those are the courses that get dissolved or don't get to run. We did do a significant dive into looking at some of that data, and we did make some decisions this year with the contributions of the department heads to start offering some courses every other year so that we can hopefully give students opportunities to take it, and then, then we can offer a section of 22 or 24 or 25 or 28 kids, but where we wouldn't be able to offer to just 12 in 1 year.
Thank you again for the answers. I hope the students take advantage of these new offerings. I know I would have loved to learn to jam when I was in high school.
Yes.
Still would. I have no further questions.
Are the new proposed courses offered across all grade levels?
Not all of them. So if you look in the program of studies, there's a section where you can click on each department, and then within those, each of the courses are linked. And so some of them specifically are for, for instance, the earth science one would not be offered to freshmen because they have to take biology first. So each of them follow whatever progression. But most of them are, of these ones, I think, are 10 through 12. I believe the art and the learn to jam are 9 through 12. World language, I believe, is 10. I don't know off the top of my head each of them, but it's depends on what the prerequisites were determined were necessary in order to be able to be successful in the course.
No, I think these are great. I echo, my son would love this Learn to Jam. He's 8 now, so he's got a little bit of time. But the referee program, I mean, all these like real life experiences, it's terrific. Thank you.
Yep, just to echo my colleagues, yeah, definitely great to have these programs that provide that real life world experience and just getting the students into the community to do some work. The pathways jumped, had a question on that one. What's the acceptance criteria for the pathway programs?
There isn't any.
Okay.
There's not an application process. Any student can participate.
Okay, so.
They have an interest in the pathways.
Okay, and is it just based off of at that point, capacity?
I mean, we have low, right now there are low numbers because we're starting up. There isn't, I don't think we really have like a max. I mean.
Yeah, it's too soon to tell. I think, like, for instance, there are some, like, one of the courses at the end is a capstone that we may only have 24 spots in. I mean, I think it would be like something to celebrate, actually, if we have 24 students so soon and so quickly who want to be part of a pathway. So I think we'll face those challenges as they come, but for now, we're just hoping that kids start to take advantage of this opportunity. I think it's really going to be a great experience for those who get involved.
Yeah, no, definitely agree. I think this is definitely a worthwhile one for them to take. Love to hear more once students all go through the process and you know who's going to be in it, like what's the take rate and really what are the next steps at that point. But great stuff. Thank you.
I just want to, oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
We'll just come
Let's go that
back.
way. Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much. Now, last meeting when we heard heard about this pathway, I was so excited because this was one of my discussion during my school committee elections as well, right? So I was very interested to know about how we can engage our students in our pathway education. So I'm glad to see it's coming through. So a few questions on that. So basically, you said there's no evaluation criteria, but they do have honors and CP on this?
In their coursework, in their classes, they do, yes, but
But
not
how do
to,
we,
not to
if-
participate in the pathway.
Oh, not to participate in the pathway, okay. And what is the implication, like, all these courses come as an electives for them, and then they have to choose these courses, or is it something completely different outside of those current major and electives?
No, it's within the course offerings.
Okay.
So we talked this year about teachers having conversations with students who they recognize might have an interest in either of these two pathways, and just raising awareness. And we talked about how guidance counselors would have those individual conversations to say, hey, you seem to be on this path. If you take one more course here, then by senior year, you can take this. And so we're just developing those.
Yeah.
You
So-
know, the process, we have the process, but it's all developing, so we'll see
Okay.
how it goes and make adjustments as necessary.
I'm just wondering, like, currently we have some limitations on, if you take an AP, you cannot attend an orchestra, something like that, right? So is it going to be having a similar situation, hey, I want to do a health course, but my orchestra is impacted, or maybe some other electives or some other course that the student wanted to take is going to be impacted. So is it going to be the same way it is structured, or this will be a separate stream where everybody gets an opportunity to go into a pathway stream? That is something like I would like to get some clarity on that. Otherwise, no, again, we get into the same problem where AP versus orchestra, so, or performing arts, yeah.
Yeah, I think the scheduling restrictions exist
Mhm.
no matter what course offerings. Yes, Dr. Black?
I think one other piece to this and critical component and what Christine is working to build out is the connection with students and the early development of their high school plan. So we've talked about getting to the middle school and exposure to the 8th grade students and eventually 7th grade students. And so as they enter high school, they have a plan. So could it be a situation where maybe there might be some conflicts? If that's the case, hopefully we've identified that early on, and then counselors will be working with students early on. So we won't be at junior year saying, ooh, we know you want to be in this pathway opportunity, but that will have been identified early on so the student would know, like as you enter college. You have your kind of four-year college path, and you modify your majors, minors, concentrations, things of that. Similar to that, the goal is to be planning those like through a MyCap process ultimately early on. But could there be those potentially?
Conflicts. Okay.
Potentially.
Probably, I think there might be a gap earlier because we didn't have that kind of a counseling session given to our middle schoolers because they were spending 3 years on orchestra. All of a sudden, when they come to a freshman year, they said, hey, it's orchestra versus your AP or something else, right? Some other course they wanted to do. I'm just trying to foresee that kind of a situation and try to avoid during the scheduling, try to avoid this situation so that everybody gets an opportunity to do what they wanted to do. So that's one of my requests to the administration team here. And I have a few more questions if you don't mind. So second thing is, how did we end up identifying Latin as the world language for the new courses offering?
How did that come to be, the proposal?
Yeah.
I think a number of things. We, as the community is aware, right now our current Latin offerings are .6, so we have a .6 Latin teacher. And as, unfortunately, Latin is being phased out, there are some students still who are interested. And this teacher is great. It's like a contemporary approach to teaching Latin, and it also may draw a particular student who has interest. And I also think it's connected potentially to the pathway. Not yet, but it would really certainly support students who are interested in that.
Well, I was just going to add, I'm a former language teacher too, so I just wanted to say that I think Latin is the foundational language for a lot of legal vocabulary as well as a lot of medical terminology. So I think that's where the Latin connection comes in. It happens to also connect with our current needs in the building, but the content area aligns with those particular fields. So.
Yeah, but that'll be very small, maybe a semester elective for that, right?
They would both be semester courses, yeah.
Semester courses.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how that's going to help, but I'm just trying to see how
Right.
Latin is going to help the students.
And I think it's possible that they could be offered, one semester of the legal for those students, and then potentially students who are interested in both courses could take both, or they could take one or the other.
All right.
Yeah.
One last thing, so the jam course, jamming course, I know it is more of a exploratory phase. So is there going to be a pattern of or a proposal of curriculum for that? How it is going to be
We
implemented?
do have, there is a plan. So in the proposal that I'm peeking at right now, that was submitted by our music director, Diane Plouffe, and Leanne Rutzit, our teacher at the high school. Is Diane here? Yes. Diane. Feel free to chime in if I'm misrepresenting. It's beginner-friendly, hands-on ensemble course where students experience the excitement of performing music together on a variety of instruments. Students explore steady beat, simple chord progressions, and beginner improvisation through familiar songs and creative activities. Emphasis is placed on listening skills, teamwork, building confidence, and collaborative musician. And then it talks about instruction supports the development of foundational performance skills while encouraging creativity and musical expression. And there's a reference here to some of the national standards relating to music that are relevant. So performing with correct posture, basic tone quality, steady tempo, reading and interpreting beginner level music rotation, improvising short rhythmic and melodic ideas, and rehearsing and performing collaboratively. It sounds like a great course that really touches on not just some music skills, but other developmental skills that we'd love for our students to experience.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I was going to ask a little bit about the awareness, but you talked about how you're going to try to reach out to students, and it's kind of like a work in progress to try to figure out the best way to do that. So, and then I wanted to commend you all. Just like, this is excellent. Just to see progress given the restraints that our district has faced, like with the failed overrides and massive consolidation that you guys just took us all through. Like, it's just great. So welcome to the district, Christine. Like, we get things done here. Like you said, we're actually implementing. I'm like, oh, you're in the right district if you want to implement things. So super happy to see another music offering. I love music being listed as an academic course and not a club. It's, you know, to just kind of always just reiterate that, because music and languages have been hard hit. And no pun intended, thank you for keeping Latin alive. It was a way to do it. I know that, you know, languages and music especially. The WIN block, are there opportunities, I know you mentioned you're starting to do some guidance offerings during WIN block, because I did get some calls like, and we're such a big district, it's like teacher conferences in middle school, right? Like we're gonna close down the schools for 2 weeks so that everybody gets a teacher conference with each teacher. So some parents who are, because I've got a freshman and 8th grader, so I'm starting to be in the circle of parents like, oh my God, do I need an Excel spreadsheet? Like, how am I gonna figure this out? I'm not gonna know how to get my kid in college these days and all this. And it's like, just go talk to your guidance counselor. And it's like, well, you guys also have like quite a few students so I think that's a great idea. I don't wanna put you on the spot, I wanna take up all this time, but guidance opportunities during WIN block, I think kids would take advantage of, yeah.
They've been offering them all year for
Good, good.
different reasons, depending on the timing.
Yeah.
I can speak as a career school counselor. Having a WIN block is like a gift. Being able to put something on my schedule where I get to meet with a group of students a half an hour a day. I met with seniors today about senior project, that students that don't have a senior project yet. And I got to spend time with them, and they scheduled to see me, and I felt so excited about it. And it was great, but I spend 4 days a week meeting with students during WIN block, and it's incredible.
Good, yeah. And in my limited time, just being, you know, an education advocate, I've learned student-led, project-based, it's what's progressive, it's what's good. So it's good to hear that you guys are taking that on. So the only quick question, do we have I have a sidebar conversation, but I have a parent that approached me about possibly developing a scheduling software. So she wanted me to learn about what our scheduling software is and if it's good. So I'll ask you guys offline, but I'm sure Lucas knows the ins and outs of that. But excellent, thank you. Thank you for all of this. I'm good.
Yeah. Thank you very much. A lot of hard work, a lot of innovation was spoken about a lot. As my colleague Ruth Ann said, especially when it comes to Latin, the fact that because of budget cuts and you know it goes and we lost that, but then to kind of bring it back in this capacity is fantastic. When I saw that, my wife and I have been watching Suits a whole bunch lately, and so the Latin for the legal, I was like, oh, I'm all in. I finally understand what Harvey Specter is talking about. But in the American history through sports is incredible. Thank you for elaborating on the learning to jam too. When I saw that, it brought me back to some of those bucket drumming on Friday afternoon that we had during COVID. And I'm glad that that's not it. It sounds really exciting. And the ref opportunity as well. My little guy, we see that now. He has high schoolers that are refereeing him. And it's a great opportunity, both for obviously for the refs, but for like the little kids, it's like a little mini coach that they have there. But it's also such a great equalizer to be able to do it in the classroom versus to have to do that as an outside activity that some kids in Franklin may not be able to afford or to be able to access. So I love that. Quick little thing, just volunteer requirement. I know that was something that was talked about in the past, kind of like along like the personal literacy. I think it was dropped because of financial reasons, but then I thought I saw in the handbook it said like class of 2029, but it was kind of left vague. Do we have a volunteer or community service requirement right now for graduation?
We currently do not.
Okay. And any intent right now to look into that or to try to bring that back?
Yep, we've had some conversations about it. I think that's work that we're going to focus on this summer. Part of the reason why it was eliminated was the position was eliminated of the person who was overseeing it. And so we have not been able to bring that back just yet, although it's something that we all feel is important. I will say that a lot of our students do have community service and perform community service opportunities through other organizations through the school, through our community service club, National Honor Society. Almost all of our athletic teams do some sort of community service hours within their seasons, some local places and some neighboring communities. So we do still hear about a lot, but as a graduation requirement, right now, we don't have one.
Okay, thank you. And then wanted to touch base real quick just on that pathways, because I absolutely love that. I love that we went from that grant seed money to kind of what we have here right now. As that continues on and being developed, once students kind of finish up with that 100-hour capstone, will there be like a celebration, a recognition? Is that something that is noted like in graduation? Has that?
It's a great idea, thanks. We hadn't thought about that yet, but yes, I can think of some other designations right now in our graduation, like, what is that called, program, right? We have a designation for the seal of biliteracy, so yes, we will have some sort of designation, and maybe they'll have a special color stole or sash or symbol or pin, but it's certainly worth acknowledging for sure. Yes.
Wonderful. Love that. Thank you. And just lastly, when we kind of talk about Latin, so I would imagine not every teacher is able to teach Latin medical, Latin legal. Is that correct? It's a very kind of niche. It requires a certification, a lot of educational experience.
Mm-hmm.
And I think just kind of like more broadly to the community, like when there's a lot of, conversations about some of the teachers that we had to cut. We don't have a community service requirement because of budget cuts. And now we're kind of bringing back like this Latin in some capacity, but I would imagine it wouldn't take much to kind of see that unravel. It's so important to not only attract but retain these great high-quality teachers that we have. And that's why I know in a couple of weeks we'll be shifting on over to talking about the budget. That's why it's so vital and important that we continue to provide a high-quality budget, a budget that supports all of our students and all of these programs here, because it doesn't take much for all of a sudden some of these programs to kind of start falling by the wayside. And I know like with the program of studies we've seen in the past that if there was a couple of level 3 programs that got cut, and suddenly then there's this domino effect where at the intro level, folks weren't learning to jam because that progression was no longer available, so they knew, why do I kind of go down that path if the end of the road is kind of just been fell off the cliff. And so I hope that folks, when they see this is amazing, this is so exciting, and I love the programs that you're doing, and it's so innovative on how you're doing it, and we need to make sure that as a community that we fund this to ensure that we are able to provide these amazing services and educational opportunities to our kids. So thank you so much for all the work. Appreciate it.
So then, following up on that is always fun and entertaining. Thank you for the great summary there, Dave. I wanted to call out the AP Business. I thought that was really impressive that, first year being offered by College Board, we're immediately taking that up, kind of staying at the cutting edge of things as best we can, especially with the big focus in the school from the business side of things. I was really happy to see that, and also, understanding that because it's the first year, there's training involved, there are resources involved, and we've benefited from being first up, where we've not had to pay for that. So again, looking at ways that we can really continue to improve the school district at a minimal cost. There's a lot of high quality teachers that we have in order to support something like this, in order to be ready to teach this, first year. But we do have a lot of advantages that we're able to bring forth from that. So I appreciate the efforts there. The other thing that I wanted to comment on was the innovation career pathways. This is really exciting to see this continue to push through, seeing this coming together, and hearing more about how we have it organized. The kind of open access, I think, is actually really neat. I wasn't entirely sure. I was actually glad that it came up earlier as to how do you, step into that, and seeing that students are able to just kind of look at all the different possible offerings and enter into those pathways is great. One of the concerns that I have in the longer term is that it sounds great now, and as you pointed out, when it comes to our partnerships that we have, we don't think we're going to run into issues because there's just not that many students at the moment. But I want to make sure that we just stay ahead of that as much as we can, and also diversify where we can, so that this never becomes that problem. If we have lots of students entering this, that's fantastic. I'm excited to see it. I don't want it to be where 2 years down the road, we have to say, great, first 50 to sign up. Congratulations. Everybody else, I'm sorry, we just don't have enough partnerships. So early on, fantastic to see. I'm really looking forward to seeing what we're able to get out of this. But as we continue to go, let's really look at this as something that needs a lot of attention, especially on that back end, so we can finish strong. We might have a lot of students starting in that program, and I want to make sure that, to Dave's reference actually about some of the cuts we'd experienced, I don't want them to get halfway through and then say, well, I hope that I have a project at the end, that we have, we always have something lined up, because that, I think, is one of the biggest benefits, here, 100 hours of, hands-on work, discussion about certifications, those are things that I'm not entirely sure all the students understand just how critical those are and how far that sets you apart, especially in this day and age when, yes, it's high school, but some of those certifications are things that are going to carry. You're going to leave college, you're still going to have that certification with you, and it's going to be something that really gives you a leg up in the long run. So I appreciate that we're providing those opportunities for the students and want to make sure that we continue to expand and really look into that as much as we can, so that we do open those opportunities for folks who might not necessarily know that they're there or what they do. So thank you. All right. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we are transitioning to a presentation from the Office of Teaching and Learning. Dr. Rogers is making her way to the rostrum. She's also joined by our two directors of one. I'll let them introduce themselves, but we have two directors on our team, and I don't want to steal their thunder. Just before we begin, just a shout out. I see some department heads, directors in the crowd that were directly responsible for some of the work that was presented in the program of study. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Kevin McCarthy, our history department head, who's in the crowd there. I see our director of music, Ms. Diane Plouffe. Laura Evans, I believe I see over there in the corner. She's our director of world language. I see Nikki Hafely, our math department head, and Jen Curley, our science department head, who are all here this evening. I didn't miss anybody, did I, from the high schools? I did, okay. We're all here tonight in support of not only that presentation, but the one you're about to hear as well. We also have some other folks in the crowd, but they were part of that process. So thank you all, and thanks for being here.
Talk about stealing thunder.
I was going off a program of studies, I'm sorry. I was trying to connect the dot there, sorry.
So I would say yes. I would just like to, before we begin, we're excited to be here in front of you tonight. This is a combo, 2 presentations in one. We will be as concise as we possibly can. But with that, I will say we are here as ambassadors in a way. So to Mr. Jagir's, shout out here of a few folks, the department heads, directors behind us. We also have curriculum specialists from the elementary school, which I would, we'll get to that in a moment. We also have a plethora of folks online who I see, I don't want to name because I don't want to leave people out, but you can see that the folks that are online that are joining because we are the ambassadors here. We are here, and I bet you any one of these people behind us, department heads, curriculum specialists, could sit up here and probably give a better presentation than we're going to give you. But we also want to bring the faces to the forefront for everybody, because this is the work that happens. These people, we might be sitting here to talk to you, but as your questions come about and topics of conversations come up, these people can probably more eloquently answer. And I bet you many of them get up at 5 a.m. to get to school, so they're gonna jump out of here as soon as they can to get home and get some rest. So I just would say that. So with that, we are sharing a presentation around how we're building a coherent system district-wide from the lens of the Office of Teaching and Learning, and how we're using data to inform that culture, to inform decisions, to measure our success. And you heard a little bit about how data is being used as it relates to the program of studies. So we'll continue that conversation here with you all tonight. So we're going to break this up into 2 parts. First part being, who are we? Who are our partners with us? We will do a little bit of the underpinnings similar to what Student Services did last presentation, so that everybody has kind of a basis. There's more inner workings, of course, than what we're going to present in, I think, 8 or so slides, but it will give you a basis of understanding of what we do within our office. We'll pause for questions and then move into the dashboard and data conversations. So for the part 1 of our system, Tina Rogers, Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, and as I would echo Dr. Weber's comment of, the job of a lifetime. We have a team here that I hope you all on school committee are so immensely proud of, and I'm so proud to sit
alongside of these folks and the folks in the audience, because I truly feel administrators, teachers in this district, we just are incredibly blessed to have the commitment of the folks that are doing the work every single day. So truly honored to be here.
My name is Eric Stark. I am so proud to be in year 12 here in Franklin. My first 9 years, I was the principal of the Helen Keller Elementary School, and although over those years my lens was elementary teaching and learning, I also had the chance to serve as a mentor here in the district and to support district-wide initiatives, serve on committees, all of those things. Also during those years, I had the wonderful opportunity to collaborate with Mrs. Morrison as a principal colleague. We had numerous opportunities to think about elementary and middle school experiences and to be able to connect around those and to calibrate. So fast forward, I'm in year 3 as the Director of Curriculum for STEM, spanning pre-K to 12. I'm grateful to work alongside Dr. Rogers and for her leadership. You're truly a gem to this district. And I'm pleased now to collaborate with Mrs. Morrison in a new way as we think about our office. And I would just say I'm proud of everything that we've accomplished in this district over those 12 years and look forward with excitement to what's ahead.
Great, thanks. I'm Lizzie Morrison. This is my 20th year in Franklin. I was hired as a 7th and 8th grade English language arts teacher at Annie Sullivan Middle School. I've truly spent my entire career in Franklin, so this opportunity once of a lifetime. So I'm very happy to continue this work and work with this team and be here tonight to speak with all of you. Thanks.
So just another note on our screen here, Becky Laverne, Ms. Becky Laverne is the administrative assistant for our office, who also now is serving as ECDC Pond Street Secretary, and as a result, kind of some of that kind of shift in her role, Eric and Lizzie's office are moved to that space, and I kind of join them from as often as I can, but Becky is an integral part to our team as well.
And then I would say our partners in this work, as Mr. Jagir and Dr. Rogers shared, we have at the elementary level, we have curriculum specialists, science, STE, literacy, math. We have K-12 and 6 through 12 directors, and then we also have 6 through 12 department heads. And again, I would just say that we are deeply grateful for all of their expertise and their leadership in this work. We are ambassadors of the work that they do every single day, and we approach this presentation with the utmost appreciation for their hard work and efforts, and again, are just excited for all the work that lies ahead, because it's a great time to be working and learning here in Franklin.
And to round out our department, we wouldn't be who we are without our teachers, the building level administrators, our parents and caregivers that support our work, ask great questions and challenge our thinking at times to continue to move forward. And then also all the vendors that we work with, the grants that we write, the resources from the state that we have, and all different organizations that we partner with as a Department of Teaching and Learning.
So this is just to kind of anchor us in, these are our goals as Office of Teaching and Learning. We have reviewed these with you before in the District Improvement, School Improvement Plan, so I won't go into depth here, but I will say what we'll present in the next few slides are anchored in these strategic objectives around community, systems, instruction, and communication. So we thought, how do we represent and kind of create an analogy for the group to say, what is it that we do? What is the work of the Office of Teaching and Learning? So we are going to talk about a coherent system of an engine, if you will, from my very, very basic mechanical understanding, though I'm learning more and more every day about mechanics and operations of school buildings. But the foundation here that we've built on the blueprint is UDL and MTSS. So UDL is the Universal Design for Learning, and MTSS being multi-tiered systems of support. We have an acronym dictionary on our, or thesaurus of sorts on our website, but I will explain this a bit more, but this is really the foundation and the blueprint for all of the work that we do across the district. Then if you think about the engine, these are just a few of the aspects that we're going to touch on tonight. I think I probably could have put 50 gears on here to talk to all the different intricate pieces, components, but we're going to speak to 3 major parts. One being curriculum review cycle, which I know I've spoken with the committee for years and years, so we're going to touch a bit on that and how the inner workings of having kind of that iterative, coherent system impacts not only the curriculum, the professional learning, but also the budget for Franklin Public Schools. This year, we're very proud of, and I think a lot of this has come from hearing from you all about, these are great goals, and how are you measuring these goals, and what's the work there, and what's the data there. And so we have implemented instructional leadership teams, so we'll talk a little bit about that, and MTSS data, so the multi-tiered systems of supports is an immense amount of data all the time. And so how are we coming together as leaders within the Franklin Public School organization to analyze that data as it relates to goals, as it relates to some of the data that was presented by Program of Studies of what are we offering and why, so there's an abundance of that. And then when you think about, well, how does an engine work? It needs fuel. And foundationally is the teachers in the classrooms, the department heads, the curriculum specialists behind us. They are constantly engaging with one another through common professional time, professional learning, but that's the fuel to our organization, is the people. Our students wouldn't be where they are if it weren't for the teachers who came to school every day believing in students. And it's how are we creating opportunities that are targeted, that are hearing what the teachers are saying, and cognizant of the data that we have in front of us to make sure that that's meaningful. And as a result of that, tonight, secondly, in our presentation, we'll present on the dashboard. So what does the data say then? What's the formative and summative? And we could analyze data. I mean, you can come sit in our offices with us. We're doing it all the time, but we're trying to give you an analysis in a concise way. And then why do we do it all? It's for the portrait of a graduate. It's so that every single year, our kids are matriculating through our school system, and at the end of every year, we can say that they have gained a bit more skills, not only content-wise, but to develop the skills that we think show readiness for the 21st century folks that we want them to go out and be. So with that, I'm gonna move to, what is UDL and MTSS? So Universal Design for Learning, what is it? So I'm just going to speak to the image for a moment. You can see on the left, there's a picture of a door that probably used to have stairs there, rickety stairs or something, and then somebody said, well, I have to put a ramp there so that anybody can access this no matter their ability. And so that ramp was put there, and that's great because now everybody can access that, but it's kind of put there after there was a stairwell there, and it was just kind of replaced, and you can see it's like kind of put there, as opposed to the image on the right, which is there's stairs and there's ramps throughout. And so this image on the right is our attempt as we are building our curriculum resources, as teachers are coming together and to talk about instructional practices, that we're thinking about how are we universally designing assessments, curriculum, instructional practices, collaboration and professional learning for teachers. How are we doing that in a way that allows everybody to access and that's not an afterthought? And this is as we're building the system to universally design it, it's giving students entry points, it's holding them to high expectations, saying everybody can achieve that mile marker, I just might need to adjust or shift the means by which you get there. And really trying to be cognizant. So that's kind of foundational to the work that's happening right now. And as you think about multi-tiered system of support, while we're doing that, we're universally designing our system from the ground up. So I'm going to use another analogy here. There's a schoolhouse there. See the arrows that go up and down. You may have heard this before, but just give me a moment. If you think about this as your dental office, some of you have seen the dental, now I won't put the pictures of teeth back up in front of you again, I promise. But at a foundational level, we all go to the dentist twice a year. We all get our teeth cleaned, they check us, they do x-rays once a year, they all do that. Everybody has access to that. Some folks might need braces. Right? Some kiddos in school, they might need braces, some may not, but that doesn't mean that they don't go to the dentist for their twice a year checkup. Similarly, a couple people might need a root canal or some more extensive dental procedures, but that doesn't mean that they may or may not need braces, which they should have access to, but they're always also getting that consistent tier 1, 2 cleanings a year. So for us, this means that every single student in Franklin Public Schools has access to high quality curriculum and learning experiences in the classroom that are standards aligned. We have our curriculum frameworks and standards, and that's what we're saying is every student has access to that, but then you all have given us the opportunity with the folks behind us to build what those additional tiers of support are, so that not only are they accessing grade level content in the classroom, but they might be getting intervention for support at a tier 2 or tier 3 level. So moving into like the engine piece of this, the systematic curriculum review. So this is a multi-phase process. It is not iterative, it is cyclical. So you'll see the phases right there on the left: monitor, study, plan, present, implement. So this is a 5-year, so to speak. Some of these processes, some of these moments in time occur at the same time. But ultimately, what the goal of a curriculum revision cycle is to be fiscally responsible and planful, and ensure that on a consistent basis that every curriculum area within our school is being reviewed. So we're researching what's out, best practices out in the field. We are getting input from teachers, from parents, from students, and we are going through a consistent process that allows us to know and understand where the needs are, but now we have a systematic way of doing that. So we fiscally, budgetarily can plan for when we're in these different phases and when we might need to allocate some more financial resources towards curriculum of sorts. So one example I'd point to is in the bottom left. This is Lizzie and Eric presenting to the ECDC at Pond Street. All the ECDC staff finally have an opportunity and a place to come together, which they didn't have before. And in collaboration with Kim Taylor, who's sitting behind us, who's the principal of ECDC, and Jillian, who's the assistant principal, they presented in a way to monitor student outcomes. So how are we measuring pre-K on our way? Curriculum, what are the student outcomes? How are we measuring that? Let's get staff input. How are we modifying so that as we move through the study and plan phase, are we looking to continue with the investment in pre-K on our way and modify, or are we looking to go out to see if there are other resources that may be more applicable? But we're doing this many years before, or a few years before we're actually in a place to say, what's the financial investment? So that's just one example. The image on the right, I would say, I just love this. I will give credit to Eric and Lizzie for creating this image. But this is the investment, I would say, probably extends beyond 5 years, but I can speak to the past 5 years, the investment that this committee and committees before have made in high-quality, standards-aligned resources in curriculum. Our teachers are phenomenal teachers, and they need the tools and resources in their hands so that they can meet the needs of every student. They need to know that that's research-based curriculum, that they don't have to question whether or not, they might question whether or not they need to modify or adapt the plan, but that they know that the progression of that curriculum meets a high-level standard. So I would say that these resources have been purchased based on the capital program through the town, many, many grants that have been written over time. Some of it's been operational money, but we've been very, very strategic in that curriculum revision process. Instructional leadership team, we are visiting classrooms consistently. We were at Washington Street today. We will be at Lincoln Street tomorrow. We are getting into classrooms to see the curriculum in action, to see teaching and learning in action, to know and understand what student experiences are, what teacher experiences are, and using that information and that data to really drive decisions. So you can see on the left there, that's Mr. Jagir sitting with 4 kiddos in a middle school science classroom on one of our walks. That's me there reading with our pre-K kiddos on a different learning walk. And the top right is Mr. Stark in a second grade math classroom. And then in the bottom corner here is two of our directors that did learning walks with us as well. That is in a classroom viewing. So we are just getting a plethora of information, data, to really know what is it that teachers need and what is it that students need. And I think at this point, we have visited over 115 classrooms between October and just through this instructional leadership team component. And then here too is where the integration is we have data, we have assessment data, we have data from walking through classroom. What does it mean? And this is where teams of folks are coming together through MTSS, or multi-tiered system of support data teams, to look to say, what is the data telling us, and what are our next steps? How do we have to change, adapt, adjust based on what we're seeing? So we come together monthly with building leaders across levels to build out what these teams look like. I would say while we're doing this, I would say even the more important work is the folks behind us and the work that they're doing in common planning time, common professional time, half days, department meeting days, to look at data and drive instruction based on data. So this is just like a snippet here. The bottom left is of 2 teachers that were at a department meeting that brought student work to that department meeting, and a rubric to analyze that student work, to be able to provide feedback and next steps and have that conversation about kind of a moment in time where I need to take a pause and get some input from a colleague. And so it's happening not only as, district MTSS teams, but also within department meetings and grade level teams.
And then as we think about this engine, Tina talked a little bit about the fuel, so building professional capacity with purpose for our educators. The highlight that we want to capture here is that our professional learning approach is a continuous cycle. This ensures that our opportunities are not one-time events for our teachers. Rather, they are a part of a cycle. And so if you think about starting this cycle, it begins with knowing the why. So as we think about the PD that Tina referred to at Pond Street back in December with our preschool teachers, we surveyed the teachers in advance. We asked them for their input on various topics, and we rooted the why for this opportunity in a need to address the teachers' input, but also a shared agreement that we need to have more consistency with our approach to implementing components of the curriculum. So Lizzie and I, with the help of Kim and Jillian and Paula was there, helped to kind of work through that. So we start with the why. Then educators have the opportunity, as you think about this cycle, to self-assess. If I think about the goal and what the end goal is, where am I at in my own learning, and what is it that I can take away from this? Then they have the opportunity to engage in that professional learning. They go back to their classrooms the next day, they implement something, they try something, they think about the impact. Then, of course, there's reflection, adjustments, modifications, but then when they share those results, that helps us to inform the next kind of part of the cycle. So I would also say that our professional learning across the district is always anchored in the district's strategic objectives, and the story that these pictures tell are a little bit about the various structures that we have, and again, a little bit more of the people that we have. So that top left picture is at Washington Street during an early release day. And so Jacqueline, who's here with us, is there facilitating a session. On the top right is at the middle school during a department common professional time. That's Rachel Garay, who's online. And then the bottom left is an early release day too. And that's Laura Evans on the bottom left. And then the bottom right is back in December as well. That was in the auditorium at Franklin High School with the whole staff. And it was Dr. Weber and Lizzie and I and Tina partnering with an outside consultant to start our district's work around AI. This is just a visual of a slide where we have a developing FPS vision for AI that's listed there. And I would just end by saying the goal with our professional learning is always to deepen our educators' expertise and to spotlight best practice and where we can tap some of those people to help to share their expertise.
And another component of what we do and how we communicate as one of our goals would be our Office of Teaching and Learning newsletter that we send out monthly or bi-monthly, that we take some time always to review the strategic initiatives and ground the why of what we're doing, highlighting curriculum across the district so that a high school teacher can see something that's happening at the pre-K level, through middle school, elementary, high school, all across the district, trying to create as many visuals as possible. We also share a variety of professional learning opportunities that are available at cost and free of cost for our teachers through a lot of collaborative programs you can see in that box. We have a short poll just to connect with teachers to see on a common topic or question. And then we're really excited this year to be launching the Franklin Learning Institute, which was included in this newsletter, will be included in our January newsletter as well. Really tapping into the potential and building capacity of our staff to take on that leadership opportunity and impart their wisdom on other educators. So we have a mentorship opportunity for teachers in the district to take on that leadership role and what does it mean to be a mentor and support younger, newer teachers. And Kim Taylor is going to be leading that. And then we also have an SEI almost refresher, really supporting our multilingual learners and what that looks like in the classroom with some pair text and opportunities for asynchronous learning as well. These are free of cost for Franklin educators, which is a great thing. They'll earn their PDPs, but then also looking to open it up to other districts for somewhat of a cost to continue to fund the program and pay for those stipends of these roles.
And I would just add to the SEI workshop, that's a 15 PDP. Folks, when you recertify, you have a certain number of PDPs. For SEI endorsement is 15 PDPs, and we have one of our own educators, Dr. Amanda Goddard, who's facilitating that course. So at that moment, that's kind of the culmination of part one. So I don't know if we want to pause there and answer questions.
Yeah, I think just understanding how this overall presentation is, it really is kind of two separate independent thoughts. So if we do have any questions on this first half, this would be a great time to do it. Stephen?
I do have some questions about the STEM pathway, STEM courses that we are offering, policies, right? It will be great if we can see some pathway on STEM as well. Right now we have for health and business, so it'll be great if you can see some STEM pathways, specifically on AI, ML, where everything is now going into AI, ML. So every day we see some updates. ChatGPT is giving health-based ChatGPT, business-based ChatGPT, right? Like that, we get a lot of new trends on AI. So it'll be great if you can consider that for a pathway as well. That's number one. Second thing I have is the professional learning for the teachers, right? Is it something carried over by the internal FPS staff, or is it something we get occasionally some outsiders to talk to our teachers?
That's a great question. I think it's a combination.
Combination.
Yes,
okay.
It's absolutely a combination. This year we have had one presenter come into the high school. And beyond, we've had some other pockets of, experts, so to speak, that come in. But by and large, we have an amazing staff. So we do leverage those opportunities. And I will say, again, just the folks behind us and online are the ones that are consistently and constantly facilitating those professional learning.
Yeah, it would be great if we can have some, nearby school zones like at the other towns, occasionally bring someone and talk to us. That'll give a different perspective. So just a thought, maybe Lucas can look into it and see how we can operationalize that. And the third thing is the newsletter. So we have also spoken about the newsletter in our community relations, how we can make it more readable and how we can bring interest for our newsletters. So right now, some of the newsletters I see on FHS newsletters are coming as just as a link in the email. I don't know how many people click on that link to go and see that. It'll be great if you can put the content in the body of the email if there is no legal issues. That will create some interest. And we have requested the same with Colleen on the click and view data for these newsletters. We can see what is the click and view data. Basically the analytics data.
Who's opened it?
Yeah,
like data
how
to
many
see
people
who's
clicks and
viewing.
opens. So that will show us the trend before and after. If you just send a link, what happens? And if you send like a picture, how many people tend to open that and see. So that is something we can look at it as from a data perspective. See, the main intent for this newsletters is to ensure all the parents read it, right? So that's the main intent. So we ought to see how we can make that reach more in terms of making their life easy to show them on the body of the email instead of giving the link. That's just one suggestion I have.
Yeah, I don't have a lot. Great presentation. The one question I had was And it's interesting because my thought is kind of the opposite of Stevens. It's like, I think Franklin's the gold standard. Like, I think other districts should be seeking our teachers. So, I was curious though, like, I have heard some feedback, and you do take surveys, you said that. So, is there thoughts of opportunities, and I don't know if we're doing this yet, but in the area of, like, I think we've got the student curriculum nailed, and kudos given all the restraints that we've had, like, we have excellent educators. I'm just curious about the professional development. Do you think that, are we doing anything that's like more specific? Like, I know generally we're covering, like, UDL, getting people to, you know, just be cohesive and know what's like coming up from the younger grades and everything's cohesive. Just when talking about the different subject matter and things, do we ever get like a little more specialized for the teachers? I know like even like I see Diane Pluff like back there, like music would be a different kind of
So
development.
that's a great question. I think that at the secondary level especially, I think there are opportunities for staff to engage with kind of expertise, or, you know, folks that are in that area of expertise. I'd point to one example of an email that I read today about where there's a staff member at the high school who is engaging in some science PD that's connected to curriculum, but kind of getting that professional learning experience outside of Franklin Public Schools. So like, how are we offering those opportunities? So I would say that's not maybe as readily available to us. I think there's some budgetary pieces there. We have a finite amount of professional learning money to spend, and when we do, we are very thoughtful and strategic about how that is aligns to our strategic initiatives. And I will say, while it might not be, you know, a professor from Harvard coming in, we do have many folks that go to conferences and workshops and things of that nature in which they're hearing from kind of experts in the field. So there's kind of a combination, but I would say we are continuing year after year to strengthen and grow those professional learning opportunities. And I think that's one of those ways where we can look to say, where are we going from a curriculum? Where are our kids, students saying that they want to know and learn more about, and then how are we leveraging some expertise from the outside to bring that in for folks?
Sure. Yeah, and it's I know from being here the past few years that professional development, like, you never want to hurt the students when you get budget, you know, so it's like, you know, asking the teachers to do more with less, and like administrators to do more with less is always what we do as a district. So to have like real specific, cool professional development that the teachers are chomping at the bit to get in front of, they probably do have to seek like unique situations and you know, opportunities that sometimes need to be funded, and some, like, in order to have like the best professional development, like, we have to invest. So you guys are doing the best you can. Like, it's, I don't mean to like criticize that.
We'll speak to some of the professional learning in the next part of the presentation too, so
Okay.
you'll be able to see some connection to the work, student achievement, the work that's happened. But I guess what I would say is, we're always looking to improve, and I'm not
Yeah.
here presenting a perfect system of professional learning or of MTSS model. We're growing it, and we're really proud of the work, but certainly there's areas like that that.
Some of the most positive feedback we received is when we've done build your own conferences, where we've had colleagues present to other colleagues on topics. So some of that has been rich and targeted and specialized in specific areas of interest by educators that have presented as well. So I think it is the mix and continue. There are times when you need someone to come in who has an expertise that's for a specific cause, but I think we've seen the gamut of opportunities in different ways, and I think we want to continue to try to build and improve on those.
And I would just add that, just so that if a educator is listening, I think it's fair to say that our town has been in a unique position these past couple of years, and some of our early release time has been dedicated for organizational type things. And in future years, this year, we're trying to balance that. Like, we still have some organizational, technical things to deal with. We're trying to lighten the load for teachers by emphasizing collaborative time. And so I think we're trying to strike a balance between all those things, but in future years, yes, we want to be in a place where, you know, more educator voice is driving that professional learning with those really like detailed opportunities for teachers. And so I think we're walking a little bit of a, doing a little bit of a dance here.
Sure.
To make sure everybody has what they need in these years that have been unique for our community.
I know you guys are, yeah, thank you. Good.
Awesome. Al?
Yep. So, thank you for this presentation. It was great. Thought it was very thorough. The slide that jumped out at me the most was slide number 7. Can you go back to that real quick? And I think this, in the time that I've been on the school committee, this is probably the best representation of both EDL and then your analogy around MTSS. Because just when I first looked at this, I was like, okay, great, yep, UDL allowing, all learners of different abilities to get it. But then when you had said about how we were being forward-thinking and being planful as we do things, that really struck the mark, because it just shows the value that you all are doing and bringing to the business, is that we're not just looking at problems and being reactive about it. You're looking at to see, well, how do we anticipate this? How do we build these systems to support this from the get-go? And I think the work that's being done to find this high-quality curriculum kind of supports that, and it sets us up for success versus, oh, yep, we got this student that came in from a different district or a family that, the kid has these needs, and now we're like, okay, we're scrambling to figure out how do we, fit this circle in a square peg, You are looking proactively and just getting ahead of things, so thank you for that. It just shows that, when we're thinking about things and doing things, it's really being diverse and coming in from an equitable mindset, because not everybody is treated equally. Not everybody can be given something equally, because everybody has different needs. So kudos to that. And then just your explanation of the dentist analogy, I think it paints a great picture to everybody, because everybody goes to the dentist and they can say, oh, yep, this is a relationship that I see on a day-to-day basis or annual basis, and how it ties back to the school. So just once again, thank you for everything you all are doing and helping the teachers eliminate some of the barriers so that they can focus their energies on the students and do what is most important, is taking care of the kids. So thank you.
I have similar comments. It's a fantastic presentation. I love all the analogies, and the visualizations really helped to pull this all together and made a wealth of information easy to digest. I don't have any questions, just a fantastic presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, I also don't have any questions. I do have a couple comments, though. One is in relation to what Ms. Sullivan was talking about regarding staff development, and kind of connecting to what our vice chair commented on regarding teacher retention. Is I wanted to speak to, and you can please correct me if my comments are off base here, but the intersection of those two, where when we retain experienced teachers with specialized knowledge, we have an in-district resource for professional development that goes beyond the professionals whose job it is to specifically provide that. And what could have been tuition for a teacher or two to attend, a conference or a training, can then instead become a stipend for an in-district teacher to run a training for a whole lot of people in the district. So just kind of wanting to tie those together in like a more big picture way of how a healthy school district needs that retention and of course needs the budget to have that retention. The other thing I wanted to mention is just because it popped up here in the corner regarding the FPS AI vision. If we've got time for it, and maybe this is already intended, it'd be great to take some time specifically learning about what you're doing regarding AI policy in our schools at a future meeting. So that's all. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I think things are pretty well covered. I did just want to call out, I thought it was very interesting, actually, this slide right here, that poll that you have down at the bottom. I had to zoom in because obviously my eyes are not that good. But one thing that I thought was very interesting is just what this kind of snapshot shows for the district, where for those of you at home who also can't read the very, very fine print on your screen, it just says, when visitors come to your classroom, what do you want them to notice? And the biggest thing that is there, basically the entire bottom of that graph, is engagement, and then red is community, and then yellow is instructional strategies. I think that really goes to the core of what makes us really important, where it's not just, great, my kids can stand up there and they can answer a question, they can provide general feedback, they can do a great job on a test. It is that they're engaged in a very proactive way, that they're seeing those kind of strategies around learning, not just, great, read this paragraph, tell me what it said, back and forth, back and forth. It shows a lot of how the education system has evolved. I think that's a big thing that we've been communicating, as a board, and I know that the administration has been doing a lot of. Education has evolved far past what we experienced 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and there's a lot more that is required to make sure that we're doing that well. But what we see, and I'm not going to cheat too much and say that we start seeing some of those payoffs in the second half of what we're about to learn. But there's a real benefit to this style and this approach to teaching and to really working with our students. So I want to call it out. I know it probably was not the point of this presentation or this particular slide whatsoever, but I just thought it was really meaningful to kind of come back and really circle in with how important it is to do what you're doing, making sure that we have all these different pieces moving together, that teachers are getting the support that they need so that we can make sure that students are learning at a much higher level than what we experienced, in the past. So.
Okay, so with that, we'll move into presentation number 2, measuring the impact. So kind of that output of where are we? And so what we did this year is took feedback from prior few years and have some information we'll share about comparables, things of that nature. And one thing I do want to note is, and we'll talk about this throughout the presentation, this formally has been an MCAS presentation. And so we've shared charts and visuals that are downloaded reports and this from the Department of Education, and this has evolved over time. And what I would say as a district and as a community of Massachusetts, we still are giving MCAS, and we can talk a little bit more about that. It's still an important piece of data. And as you all are well aware, it is one piece. And so what we worked really hard to do is take that data that it was a result of an assessment that was given last March, April, and May. And now we're in January of 2026 to distill much of that data and also say we're triangulating data. So while you might not see, like a former presentation would have been standards and domains, you'll see some of that, but really the intention here is the analysis across these grade spans, K2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12. Being the K-12 presentation, I will say we do have pre-K data as well. We are piloting some assessment tools. Pre-K gathers so much incredible data too, but for the purpose of this presentation, it is K-12. So you're going to see a synthesized kind of approach, and I hope that this is valuable insight for you all to not only hear about MCAS data, but also hear about other data points as well throughout. So just to frame our understanding of data, we talk about data at the school level, at the district level in 2 ways. Formative data and summative data. So formative data, just from our times in school, we think of it as quizzes. Think of it as like those dipstick learning opportunities that your teacher had to say, what do you know today? Or what do you know after these past week or so of class? That might be, we call them exit tickets now. That might be a teacher observation, taking notes on a clipboard. That might be a department head, director, specialist in a classroom, kind of jotting down some notes, gathering data and feedback from kiddos. And then teachers and curriculum leaders being able to say, here's some feedback for you to improve, student A, B, C. So that's like that formative approach, is that actionable day to day. Then we have those summative measures, which are the unit assessments, an AP exam, an MCAS test, which are valuable and important as well, but one additional component of data. So we'll kind of layer within here conversations about both of those data, but wanted you to have an understanding of what we mean when we say formative and summative.
And based on the feedback, we kind of restructured our approach to really boil down this information so that if this presentation lives on a website, the analysis are drawn and we are able to identify trends and kind of all be on the same page. So for each section, we're going to give you an executive summary. Then we'll go into a little bit more specific data by level and move through all the levels that way. So for English, math, and STEM, in English, we've observed steady progress in reading, writing, and comprehension across the years. We use rich grade level texts that encourage a deep conversation for students to have in the classroom. We use explicit literacy instruction to target those skills, and you're gonna see some of the data, it's based on need. Even just in a phenomenal kindergarten classroom today, or many of them, we had a teacher working, there were 3 groups, and she was working with a group of students
and ESP was working with a group of students, and Mr. Jagir, also now known as Super Boss, was working with another group of students. So it's really using the data and what that looks like when you have those students in your classroom. It's working smarter, not harder, and so those are some of the things that we're seeing. In math, obviously high achievement, they have high quality instructional materials as well, and really emphasize targeting interventions in the early grades to ensure that those foundational skills are there for the students as they progress through. With STEM, and Eric will speak to this a little bit later, we have, again, strong performance on MCAS for grades 3 through 5. K2 don't participate in MCAS. But the strategic investment for the STE curriculum specialist at the elementary level is huge. And I think over the next few years, we're going to continue to see that growth. But that's something that we wanted to note as well.
So I'll start, as Lizzie mentioned, we gave you a K-5 kind of executive summary. So now let's kind of think about K2 first. But before we do that, just to orient you, we are implementing iReady this year for the first time. As Tina shared, different types of assessment. iReady is a diagnostic screener. iReady is being implemented in K-8. Last year, you may have recalled, if you were here or if you saw the presentation, that we were sitting at this table saying that for various reasons, including budget constraints, we didn't have a universal screener anymore. And so we're happy to say that we've been able to use funds to invest in iReady for multiple years so that we have it as a screening tool for our K-8 students and educators to use. So on this slide, I just want to share a brief overview of what iReady is, and then Lizzie and I will speak to K2 data through the lens of reading and math. So iReady, as I said, it's a diagnostic screening tool. It's normed referenced. So what this means is that we see how our students here in Franklin compare to students across the state and then students across the nation. And then the tool helps us to identify strengths and then areas for growth for all of our students related to specific domains in a content area. And what I mean by domains is a group of standards. So iReady helps us to think about trends, district-wide, high level, and then it may help a teacher say, all right, in math, I know that this group of students are all would benefit from additional support with this skill. And so that's a little bit about kind of the information that iReady gives to us. We administer it 3 times a year. We administered it in the fall. We'll speak to that data a little bit. We're actively in a window, so our K-8 students are taking the middle of year screener now, and then we'll take it again in the end of the year. What iReady does is it provides levels, so it places our students into these levels, so I'll briefly touch on those. The first level, that green level, encompasses our students that are early on, mid, or above grade level. What this means is that these students would benefit from on-grade level instruction, as well as maybe enrichment or extension opportunities. Then you think about the yellow. The yellow is 1 grade level below. And I think it's important to note before we in the community look at the charts on the next pages that we would expect to see at the beginning of the year a lot of kids in yellow. That means that they're a level below, a grade below where they are now. So likely they've mastered the grade level below skills and they're ready to learn. Also in this category, there may be students that as they approach or are exposed to those grade level skills, they may benefit from intervention based on that identified skills, and that's where our curriculum specialists, our interventionists, our teachers, our ESPs, our special educators, that like group of people is deployed to help to provide some of these interventions. And then finally, we have students that score in the red or 2 grade levels below. These are students that are going to benefit from additional support and maybe specialized instruction to help to secure some foundational concepts.
So here you'll see, starting with elementary K2, the reading from our fall diagnostic. You'll see the 4 bars for K, 4 for first grade, 4 for second grade, and the arrows indicate Franklin, the district is all the way over on the right of each of those. Just pointing out, for kindergarten, iReady does not identify students as below grade level because that's their entry point. So I would love to say all of our kindergartners are in a great spot, but that's just wanted to point that out. You won't see any red for kindergarten there. We perform above Massachusetts comparisons as well as the state or the nation. And you'll see that there, kindergarten, this year we have 38% of our students are on or above where we would expect. First grade is 24% and second grade's 42%. So this is just one helpful report that iReady provides to us to see that all of our students will benefit from on-grade instruction. Some students may require a tier 2, either within the classroom or with an interventionist or small group. And some students may need that tier 3. And that's exactly the system that we're developing as a district to be able to support those needs. Math.
So if we think about this through the lens of math for our K2 students, math follows a similar trend as Lizzie talked about for reading. Our students here in Franklin are outperforming the state and the nation, which is exciting, and also speaks to the work that our curriculum specialists have done as it relates to things like providing screenings, supporting teachers with routines, and all of that stuff that happens on a daily basis, again, just helps to kind of contribute to the success that we see here. Our students, again, as I said, are actively taking the iReady middle of year data. Our administrators will come together later this month to begin analyzing some of the mid-year data, and then on the February 5th early release day, iReady to revisit that point of outside vendors coming in. iReady representatives will come and be on site for that February 5th early release day, and they will work with our teachers to interpret and analyze the middle of year data, think about planning for instruction, and then think about communicating that progress to families.
So as we shift to grades 3 and up, where MCAS is taken, we wanted just to take a momentary pause to say, what did the state share as trends? So this is just one kind of overarching big picture, may or may not mean, and the slides to come will show, but this is just overall what trends did DESE see across the state. So basically they're saying the overall trend is a steady decline in MCAS results. Since 2021 results, there's been a steady decline, most significantly at the high school level, which the Department of Education is attributing to MCAS repeal of competency determination is kind of what they're pointing to. They also do it in some memos point to attendance trends across the state as well. And then in middle school, that while there was some improvement in English language arts, again, across Massachusetts, this isn't Franklin in particular, math and science scores remain stagnant. So I think overall, that's just the overarching picture, just to ground the context, but I think more importantly is getting into the Franklin data. So we've heard, and we want to share some comparables. And so what you see here is every year, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education put out DART districts. And those change year to year. And that is the districts who the Department of Education is saying are comparable to Franklin. And so some of you can see their logos here. Marshfields this year, Grafton, Neshoba, Tewksbury, just to name a few, are listed there. And so we are going to, throughout this presentation, share these comparables. So I just want to ground in, how are these comparables? So I will share that. And then I want to share other context. So ultimately, the first data point to create DART comparables, those 10 DART districts compared to Franklin, is they first look at student enrollment. How many students on or about? So we're measuring school districts of similar size. Then what they say is, based on research, the most strongest indicator of students meeting and exceeding, percentage of students meeting and exceeding expectations, correlates to low income status. So then that's their next indicator, and the most significant is, what is that percentage for these districts? Then they also look at the following 4 components. Let me just see, percentage of English language learner students enrolled, percentage of special education students enrolled, and the district type, which is, are we an elementary, are we a K-5 public school setting, are we a voc school, are we a charter school, and those schools are looked at differently. So it's those components that present to you the DART comparable. So we will, throughout this presentation, share with you, how does Franklin measure against these are the districts that we're talking about on those slides. And I would also kind of anchor, we can analyze data in a multitude of ways. So we could present to you all of the surrounding communities and how we measure up around us. And I'm not like wanting more work here, but I'm just saying, this is some of the work that we do. But truly, like we could, this is just one way. We could analyze from who has same curriculum as at different levels, because that's gonna vary from grade 3 math to grade 3 literacy, right? Or grade 5 or 8 and so on. We could look at what phase are they in their curriculum implementation with the same curriculum to see how they measure. Like truly, that would be like a measure of where are you? If you're all in year 4 of the same curriculum implementation, how do you measure against those? We could also do per pupil expenditure. Like these are just to name a few, so I just would say that while we will present this information, that we're looking at these from various points, but this is just one metric of comparison that the Department of Education provides to all districts.
Great, so we're going to start with the 3 to 5 broad overview of English, math, and STEM for grade 5. And the way this chart is set up is we have the subjects and grades on the left. We have the Franklin's average scaled score, which is a score that they use to be able to compare year to year, regardless of like difficulty of test questions from year to year. So DESE has a formula that they use, but it basically converts to a raw score based on how many points were earned, and then they determine level of difficulty, et cetera. So every student will receive a scaled score, 500s to 600s, somewhere around there, maybe
500 to 560.
Yep. And to be able to really compare the test. So you'll see Franklin scores there. And then there are categories that DESE or MCAS assigns based on the performance. So we have exceeding expectations, which is what we want for all of our students. That's our goal. Meeting expectations, partially meeting, and then not meeting. So you can see Franklin in all areas for grades 3 to 5, we're meeting the state expectations, as opposed to the state, and you can see their scaled scores, all of their ratings are partially meeting. So something to celebrate. There's always growth, but our job is to find what's working well, what's not working well, and to make those adjustments from there. Digging in a little bit more just to the English specifically, now this is looking at percentage of possible points on the actual test per grade level by domain. So you'll see language, reading, writing from 2023 to 2025. The nice thing about this in grades 3 through 8 that they take the MCAS aside from STEM every year is you can track cohorts and growth of cohorts of students from year to year. So that's what we did a little bit here, is seeing that 3rd to 4th grade cohort increase their reading performance by 8%. Lovely. And the next step is why, how? What does that look like? And that's part of the work that we do with our curriculum specialists. 3rd to 4th grade cohort increased their writing from 37% of the possible points to 46%. Those are still a little bit lower numbers, but again, we're meeting the expectations compared to the state, and there's things to celebrate here. We could do this for all the different data points, but those were just a couple that we wanted to highlight for you. We're consistently using HMH in our elementary classrooms, and I think over time we'll continue to see growth because they're high quality materials that our teachers feel prepared and comfortable using in order to address the standards that we are required to. Based on the DART comparison that we mentioned, this is where we stand with those 11 schools in grades 3. For English, we stand 3rd. In 4th grade, we are 2nd. And in 5th grade, we're tied for 3rd. So from the English perspective, really, really proud of great work that's happening. And I think there is value in using the DART comparison tool, especially when it produces results like this. So just wanted to highlight, where do we stand?
And especially when it produces the data in the middle column.
All right, fine. Go ahead, talk about that.
So as I said earlier, it's a great time to be in the Franklin Public Schools, and I think this is just one of those kind of shining moments. And so Franklin has consistently ranked among the top districts as we think about our 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders and our DART comparisons. So in 2024, grade 3 was 3rd in the 10 comparison districts and is now 1st. Grade 4 was 3rd and is now 2nd. And in 2024, grade 5 was 1st, and we're now tied for 2nd. I think it's important that Dr. Rogers mentioned that piece, that annually those districts change, because we see some of that variability kind of within these numbers. And then STE, we are 4th in our DART comparisons, and I'll speak to that a little bit more in the coming slides. So just to familiarize yourself with the information on this slide, because there's a lot of it, I would say if we first look at the top left column, here you'll see Franklin's average scaled score for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, so 512, 513, 503. The middle column is the number of points above the state average, and then in parentheses is that number from 2024. So it's a celebration that we think about. In 2024, we were 14 points above the state average in grade 3, 25 we were 16. In grade 4, 11 points above the state average. In 24, in 25, we were 18. So we continue to see those increases. We continue to see sustained growth, a minor dip in grade 5. But again, to be sitting in a district where we're seeing our 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders stack up as 1 and 2 against our comparable districts is pretty great to say. I want to connect kind of the takeaway to the 3 visuals that are across the bottom. So we know that our achievement is driven by consistent use, as Lizzie said earlier in that executive summary, consistent implementation of high quality curricular resources. We've implemented illustrative math for several years. We've invested a lot in both the printed materials, a digital component, in ongoing professional learning for our curriculum specialists, both our current ones and the ones that came before them. And we've also dedicated a lot of time and support through our CPT model for our teachers. Our curriculum specialists have led teachers through conversations about the math language routines that are embedded in that curriculum, so that's just one piece. ST Math is a newer but still kind of consistent component of our programming that, again, I think can be attributed. And then finally, I would just say that this district has made a very intentional and strategic emphasis on providing targeted intervention at the earliest grade levels, and we're seeing that over multiple years paying off with our students' performance in grades 3, 4, and 5. So the visual on the bottom right is a snippet from a data table. So similar to the data that we get on that iReady table where we see students in the red, yellow, green. This is a spreadsheet that our curriculum specialists use just to measure students' abilities related to a certain concept or skill. So we're seeing kids that are in kind of that green, yellow, and red, and that's just one more data point that's helping to inform what's happening in the classroom, and then as well as maybe in our intervention model. So as we shift to STE, our 5th grade students also, in addition to ELA and math, take the STE MCAS. I will note that, and I remember saying this last year, DESE is currently field testing within the STE MCAS for grades 5 and 8. So what this means is that the scores that we received are only partial scores. So the information that we have is on the left there. This is a little different than what you've seen, but it's just, again, it's the percentage of students that are meeting, exceeding. So our 5th graders last year in 2025, 63% were meeting or exceeding versus the state average of 46. And then the bottom, our average scaled score was 504. Just to give you a little bit of like context, a 500 is where that achievement level changes to below 500 is partially meeting. So again, I think across the state you see some minor dips in the data that's released to us. But again, we're, as a result of the field test, there's some uncertainty about the data that's available to us. I intentionally separated out these 2 slides because I wanted that first slide to be the MCAS focus, and then just like that middle column for 3-5 math, I want this to kind of be the shining moment for STE. And as Lizzie said, we are so incredibly fortunate to have this year, for the first time, an STE curriculum specialist. Last year, we approached the budget process asking for 2 science, technology, engineering curriculum specialists to build off of the success of our literacy and our math specialists at the elementary level. Through that process, we were only able to get one, but that's fine. We landed in a great place. I cannot overstate the impact that Mrs. Catherine Naylor, who was a teacher at Oak Street prior to the reorg, has had. She is currently working primarily with our 5th grade teachers and students across both campuses, but then to the extent to which she can and is able to, she's helping K through 4 teachers as well. But I just want to use these photos to illustrate some of the incredible work that Catherine has done thus far with our teachers. So we both are a part of the Science Performance Assessment Ambassador Program. It's a program that's put out by the state. The goal is to help district leaders like STE curriculum specialist, a curriculum director, teachers, et cetera, to navigate some of the changes with the MCAS and curriculum implementation, some of DESE's goals around deeper learning. And so a lot of this work that we're taking from this program and then bringing back to our teachers is kind of a like train the trainer model. It's actually that. It's Catherine and I earn PDPs for our participation in this program based on our ability to attend this work and then bring it back to our teachers, implement, and then report back to the state. So the visual on the top left is a picture of a lake. It's one of DESE's released performance assessments. In this picture, this picture just gives a little bit of a context. Students are going to try to identify what's going on in a real world scenario. So in this case, it's the growth of Eurasian milfoil in a lake, and kids are going to create a model to show how the matter moves throughout the ecosystem, et cetera. But that's kind of the task and an example. I share that just because it gives a little bit of a context of the difference between a multiple choice MCAS question and what's ahead for our kids. On the bottom left, that's Catherine in a 5th grade classroom at Washington Street, leading those students through that work. And then the pictures on the right are her at Lincoln Street, facilitating an after-school meeting with 5th grade teachers to help to think about looking at student responses, analyzing them using a rubric that was developed. And I love the picture that's in the middle, the center middle, because it's Catherine on the left. It's a classroom teacher and a special educator who are all looking at a student's work and thinking about it from different perspectives. The light bulb here is the takeaway here, and you'll hear it again on the 8th grade slide, is that sustaining these types of curriculum leadership positions, continuing to provide PD opportunities and collaboration is what's going to strengthen our programming and help our students the most, and be able to sit here to better project how our students are going to achieve on math MCAS when it's operational in 2027. Sorry, okay. So I would just say that for our executive summary at the middle level, across ELA, math, and STE, Franklin continues to demonstrate strong, steady, and improving performance across the content areas. I think what's notable and that what we want the community to hear tonight is key investments in things like Common Lit at the middle level, strategic decisions like implementing an applied STEM course at the middle level, and other strategic initiatives related to curriculum instruction and assessment help to position us at the middle level for great things to come in the future.
And you'll see a similar setup to grades 3 through 5. We have meeting expectations, 6th grade, both content areas. We're partially meeting in 7th grade, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more in a second. Still, note above the state, but within that category, and then 8th grade across the board, meeting expectations. And as I'm speaking, I think I'm taking your part. So there we go.
This is the best part of the relationship. We finish each other's sentences.
There we go.
Oh, no, sorry.
Did you have anything to add to that one?
No.
Sorry.
It's still you.
Okay. Looking at the 6 to 8 specifically, using the same data points as last time, a couple things that stood out. We see 7th to 8th grade cohort increased their reading from 66% to 74%, which is awesome. We'll see 7th grade writing go down from 54% to 52%. Again, this is one data point. However, if you look at the 7th that cohort in 6th grade, they went from 32% to 54%. So there is still growth. It really depends on how you're looking at it and how you're using those different data points. So there is a cause for a question when you see scores decline. Obviously, it could be a number of reasons, and that's what we'll work with our teams on. But I think that was also something to celebrate as well. I am looking forward to going forward with the investments that we have at the middle level. Do you see the spider coming down? Yeah, me too. Just keep an eye on him, he's dancing. Okay. We're continuing with our Common Lit curriculum implementation with expecting more units and consistency for our middle level. We have dedicated coaching happening. We have an applied literacy class in 6th grade. We have a reading specialist who's able to provide enrichment activities. We have literacy specialists who are focusing on interventions. We truly, for the first time in my time in Franklin, have a true MTSS model at the middle level. So really excited to continue these data conversations and work with our team to meet the needs of our students. Next one, you'll see the DART comparisons for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. You can see, where we stand across levels. 9th out of 11th is different than what we've been seeing in terms of comparison. But as you can see, if we are 9th out of 11th in 7th grade, I wouldn't say that's a statewide trend that our 7th graders are performing at this level. I think that's what we need to do as a team, is to really dig in and look at the analysis of last year's 7th grade MCAS test, the cohort of students that we have, and dig into that a little bit more. And that's the ongoing work that we'll be doing with these amazing people in their roles.
And I would say, as it relates to that center column with middle school math, we see encouraging progress in closing the gap. These rankings last year were 6th in 6th grade, 9th in 7th grade, and 8th in 8th grade. So again, it's encouraging progress, recognizing there's some variability between districts in the year, and we were tied for 7th in 2025. We were tied for 7th. Those numbers that I listed that are not on the slide are from 2024. So as we think about middle school math, the data that's available here to us on the top left corner is the average scaled score and the number of points above the state average. The story that's the story that can be told here is that Franklin in middle school math continues to outperform the state, which is excellent. We saw a significant increase in the data from 24 to 25 in grade 6. So we were +6 above the state average in 24 to +11 in 25, again, ranking us number 3 in our DART districts. In grade 7, Franklin decreased from +8 above the state average in 24 to +5 in 25, ranking us in 7, where we were previously 9. And then in 8th grade, we decreased from 11 points above the state average in 24 to 9 in 25, ranking us number 5. What I would say is, as we think about that middle school cohort, one of the things that we're cognizant of is the amount of content in a specific grade level. And I can recall conversations with various people, from principals to teachers to department heads, our office, thinking about a unit like statistics that's taught in 7th grade math, historically across 3 middle schools, has come at the end of the year. The teachers have tried to do the best they can to give students as much exposure to it prior to the MCAS, but at the end of the day, something has to be taught after MCAS. And so that, I would say, is a recognition of statistics as a domain where historically our 7th graders haven't done as well as we'd like them to see, but one of the strategic decisions which we ought to be proud of is we've lifted that unit out of the 7th grade scope and sequence. We've put it into the applied STEM course. That's a full year course. So those kids are having science units and they're having math units. Those students now get a full unit with support from our math specialists for intervention and enrichments. And that's just one example of, I think, where we could expect to see, and we hope to see, some of these 7th grade scores change in the future. I would also say that strategic enhancements that we talked a little bit about last year that are already underway that help us to think about building the strongest foundational knowledge bank of grade level standards for our students is so critical. Our teachers worked hard at the end of last year. They continue to work hard this year to think about our scope and sequence for our 6th, 7th, and our 8th grade classes. We've worked hard to provide all learners across our 6-8 building with high-quality curricular resources. There was some variability between the resources that were used previously across 3 schools. And then I would say that we're emphasizing data in a variety of ways to help to inform student achievement. And 2 just quick examples of that is we're thinking about in all of our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade classes, our teachers have worked to develop thus far common assessments for each unit. So we have a common assessment that we can use and we can analyze, and then our math specialists are also playing a critical role analyzing data to help to inform the intervention and some of the enrichment that they provide. I would be remiss if I didn't pause just to express my sincerest appreciation. We're hoping that all educators feel the love tonight, but I would just say that our 6-8 math teachers, I think, have experienced both a unification process and several departmental changes within their department as we think about scope and sequence, what's taught when, and various other things. So I met with them as most recently as the day before break, but just hope that they feel valued. Their professionalism, their cohesion, and their impressive work ethic just can't be overstated, and I think that's also a testament to our leadership of the department head, Rachel Garay, and our math specialists, Jeff Chafee and Noreen Langmeyer. So as we transition into 6-8 STE, we again have a field test here, so there's some uncertainty around what the impact of field testing is on the data. And I had someone ask me, like, what does that statement mean? And what it means is that we can look at the data that we get from MCAS and from the state, but our students could have performed really, really well, which I have a hunch as a result of our Open SciEd implementation. My hope is that they did do really, really well. If they did do really, really well, we could expect to see higher scores. Or maybe for a variety of reasons, which could be beyond content-based. It could be technical with a new experience with the MCAS. Maybe they didn't do so well on those field tested parts and their scores would have been lower. So it's not worth spending too much time thinking about the MCAS score as a result of the field testing. But those second 2 bullets, what does research tell us about curriculum implementation, and then how does Franklin compare to other districts that are using Open SciEd, I think are the most meaningful parts of the conversation. And I would say that in December, when meeting with the middle school science teachers and our department head, Danny Kelly, we talked a little bit about how research says that 2 to 4 years is kind of the sweet spot for seeing achievement after implementing a curriculum resource. We're now in year 4 of implementing Open SciEd, so we're starting to see some of that, that achievement. What I would say is, going through multiple years of a curriculum implementation, the teachers don't teach everything at once. We've trained intentionally, we've trained our teachers on 2 units a year. They teach that. The next year they teach those 2 units, plus they get training on 2 more. And so we're just at a point where our teachers are kind of fully trained on their units and they're teaching all of those. So we've made some connections between our implementation of Open SciEd and some of the domains on MCAS. What I would say is another celebration is, as Tina talked about, we compare ourselves to districts that have similar implementation of curriculum resources. And when you think about all of the towns that implemented Open SciEd at the middle level the same year that we did, so they're in the same cohort of implementation as we were. Franklin was number 1 last year on MCAS, and the percentage of students meeting exceeding expectations, which is just such a celebration and a testament to all of the work that our teachers and our curriculum leaders and everybody before us have even done with OSC.
High school. We're
almost there.
In terms of the English language arts, and again, only 10th graders will complete the MCAS testing, so it's really hard to compare cohorts. We're really just comparing, year to year. But for English language arts, Franklin consistently outperforms many statewide averages. Sometimes there's different fluctuations that may happen, but to be expected. With math, there's been a slight dip in the overall performance. However, there are specific gains shown in the domains, and so Eric's going to speak a little bit to that. So again, still things to celebrate. We just had to dig a little bit deeper. We're excited about the WIN block, and that was spoken of earlier, and to see what that could do for our student performance in terms of offering additional supports for our high school students. And then for the STEM MCAS, Franklin stands out and ranked first among DART comparable districts for 10th grade, which is phenomenal. So really something to celebrate. Hoping to continue to see that with the career, the innovative career pathways and kind of what that could do if we can strike that passion for the students in certain areas and they have that, that drive to really pursue those pathways. Looking at English, math, and STEM, yeah, we can start here. We are meeting for ELA math, and then for STEM partially meeting, but again, you can see above statewide average across those. And then Franklin is, yeah, again, still above, above the state level. Looking at English specifically for grade 10, we're showing you the comparison for the 3 years. The chart on the left is the possible points, similar fashion to the other levels. And then on the right are percent of our students who are meeting or exceeding, which is ultimately where we want them to be. So you can see slight dips or slight improvements, not a whole lot of movement here for the high school, but I think something to really celebrate is we're still at least 10% performing above the state average for our 10th graders. And that remains a consistent trend there.
I said before we came up here to Mrs. Hafley and Ms. Curley is back there too, that next year we should start with high school so they get as much of our energy as we can give. But I apologized in advance if we're losing steam here. But as we think about high school math in grade 10, the percentage of possible points for the district and the state is listed here. Again, as Lizzie shared related to the executive summary, there was a minor decrease in the percentage of possible points here from that 62 to 52, but you see that it's consistent with the state. That said, the celebration is that as you look to the domain level, which we talked about being like a group of standards, there were many increases there. Just one is listed there. Seeing structures and equation, minus 3 points below the state average in 24 to 13 above in 25. And then geometric measurements and dimensions, we were minus 6 in 24, minus 1 in 25. I share that just because, again, as in any content area at any level, there's lots of domains. We can analyze them in a number of ways, but I would say that there's evidence of great progress there too. What I will say, I've appreciated so much my conversations with the high school about the WIN block, and I know that you've heard a lot about that. And we'll talk on one more slide that we have about the high school, but I would just say continuing to leverage the WIN block to help to provide students with as many opportunities as they can during the school day for some of that targeted support is really, really important. I'm so proud of the work that's happening there, and it's nice to hear about some of the ways in which teachers are interacting with students during those times, and that will be what helps to positively impact student achievement in the future. So it's a great foundation that the high school team has put into place. As it relates to science, we have 71% of our students last year were meeting or exceeding, whereas the state average was 46%. So again, we have a significantly higher percentage of students in Franklin that are meeting or exceeding. And as Lizzie shared, it's excellent to know that even though that number was lower, partially meeting on the average scaled score, we were #1 among our comparable districts. The work that has been done to lay a foundation, and again, I just emphasize that this is a foundation. We're at the beginning stages of our innovation career pathways is really exciting. And I think all of the work that's going to happen connected to those pathways are going to enhance programming and create additional opportunities for our students and staff. As we think about one of the comments that was made about like supporting and developing teachers and then retaining them and having them help to kind of train other teachers. That's an example of where I think Tina was sharing a little bit about how we can send, as it's connected to our work to implement curriculum resources to support the pathway, we can send a teacher. We've already done this with one high school science teacher. We're going to do it with another. We can send them out, have them attend an intensive training, and then come back and help to train our teachers. It's just the best model possible. So I'm excited for all of the opportunities that our students and our teachers are going to have connected to pathways. These are our DART comparisons for high school, and I would say we'd continue on to this slide. If we think of, we focused this part of the last part of the presentation was focused on grade 10 MCAS. It's worth mentioning that there's lots of other exciting things happening at the high school, and there's lots of other data that we gather. I mentioned briefly the WIN block. So the high school staff is seeing a decrease in the number of students who are staying after school to get that targeted skill reinforcement, possibly because they're getting it during the WIN block. So that's one piece of data there. I would say the two symbols or icons that are in the middle, the IXL and iReady. You heard about iReady being a K-8 initiative, but we're also working with our department heads to pilot with some students iReady in high school, and then IXL has a similar tool that we're using as a pilot, just to think about the students' experience at the high school level and to gather some more information about students that we don't have from other ways. Do you want to speak to that?
Sure. So just a few other data points. I think we talk about early college enrollment. And so we have a plethora of AP courses offered. So you see that symbol of the College Board there, and you have heard our super boss here speak to the honor roll of the expanded AP offerings at the high school. So work is being done to analyze how are our students performing on AP, but also partnering most recently with Rhode Island College and expanding that substantially over time. You can see last year, from September to December, we had 17 students who earned college credit through Rhode Island College. We now, just this year, September to December, have 44 students who are receiving college. So we've expanded the offerings, the partnership. We're looking to expand that partnership, and part of a lot of what Christine's doing is the outreach to universities and colleges to say, who else is there? We have Dean right, and then the spider's coming right down at us. We have Dean right in our backyard, and how are we, and we're already having conversations with those folks, but really looking to say AP might not be the route for every student, but is there opportunity that we can partner with colleges and then have our own teachers teaching students and earning college credit for that. So that's just one piece. And we've talked a bit about Panorama, and just to not extend this presentation even further, because we could have done that even more. We are working within our MTSS teams that we shared before to say, how can we triangulate a whole host of data, but just so you know and understand that that's the work that's happening every single day, day in and day out, by building administrators and curriculum leaders and teachers and counselors alike, so within our buildings. Thank you.
Yep.
So we have, this is our path, this is our system, this is our department. I really love the language our system's designed not only to perform but to improve. And I think having that growth mindset and modeling that growth mindset for our educators, for our students is really important. Just a couple takeaways, we'll continue to focus on advancing our professional learning, making sure that educators have input on this, and like sending out the surveys, or thinking now about what is our plan for next year. What do departments need in order to have success within their departments for what time will they need for next year. So we're engaging in those conversations as well.
And we'll continue to enhance our data collection processes. We are building shared protocols. We are thinking about teaming structures. We're analyzing data. We're identifying trends and gaps constantly, but also thinking about how all that data helps us to advocate for resources and deploy those resources in the best possible way.
And the last two, I would say, is, I think we've hit on this quite a bit and extensively, but is that investment in
high-quality curriculum resources, that cyclical approach to it, that research-based approach to systematically reviewing our curriculum is a key top priority, because just because right now in many areas we have those high-quality resources, research-based, best of the best, doesn't mean we will in a few years. So kind of being cognizant and mindful of that. And then building, strengthening instruction through collaboration. And again, it's to the point of, we have tremendous resources, and how are we building out Franklin Learning Institute and things of that nature. And it goes well beyond that to the day-to-day, the half PD days, the department meetings, and alike, to bring folks together to share expertise. So with that, we'll leave you here and end the presentation and take any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure folks are taking lots of notes during the time, so if you have any questions, anybody? Reese?
Yeah, well, I appreciate your example of Ms. Naylor, but Mrs. Naylor, by the way, kind of the exact thing I was talking about with my last comment. Not planned, but really appreciate it, and thanks to Mrs. Naylor for her efforts. A couple questions. One is thinking about MCAS as now a data point that doesn't have the same weight for students. Do you have any thoughts about how parents can talk to their students about MCAS so that they understand what's in it for them, essentially? Like what the benefit is without having the same weight of anxiety that the graduation requirement brought on?
And I would say, what I would hope is that that relief of anxiety allows a student to enter an exam or an assessment like that and put their best foot forward, knowing that they don't have this graduation requirement hanging over their head. But for families, I think what it does, and for me as a parent, I will say, I'll put my parent hat on. When I get that parent report sent home to me, I sit down with my kids and we take a look, because this is a normative approach to say, how do you compare against your peers? The kids that you are going to be applying for college in, X amount of years, this is where you stand in essence. That's just one example, but truly to say, I've had conversations with my kids around where are our deficits, what should we be working on as a family, where do you see your strengths lie? Is that indicative of the assessment that you took, or in having those conversations about what did that day mean for you, or how can we support you at home? And I don't just mean tutoring, but conversations at home and exposure to, books at the library and conversations and movies, and it could be a plethora of things. So I think it's still critically important, because it's the one measure we have as a Commonwealth of Massachusetts to say, how does my child measure up against everybody else who's learning the same standards, taking that same assessment without, again, that overwhelming kind of angst of, and I have to achieve a certain score to graduate. And the district is still using that data to inform curriculum, professional learning decisions, and instructional decisions.
Thank you. And thanks also for showing us the data, explaining how it's used to inform instruction. Going back to, I think it's page 30 or slide 30. This is middle 6th through 8 ELA, where you showed us that there was a 2 percentage point drop in writing from 7th to 8th grade, 2024 to 2025. And I noticed when reviewing the presentation ahead of time what you pointed out about the growth from 23 to 24. What I didn't notice at that moment was that you did that twice, because grade 7 is a 32 in 2023. And then went to a 53 in 2024. I feel like there's a story here about how the data showed a deficit and there was a correction. I just feel like it can't be a coincidence that 2 cohorts had a 20-point increase. Is there anything you can share about how you affected those results?
It's a great question. I think going back to my middle school English teaching days, we used to have the long comp in 7th grade, and that was the longer writing performance task. I don't know if that is a factor in this, but that's just something that initially came to mind, was that 7th grade was a more intensive writing task that they would have to perform. I think analysis of questions, and unfortunately the state does not release all writing tests, so they have a pool that they continue to recycle, so it is hard to get down to item analysis for the entire test. I think with the Common Lit curriculum continuing and kind of, adding more units every year, we'll continue to see an increase, but that's something, as we notice trends, we'll be tracking to see, how this cohort performed or what the jump is from 6th grade to 7th grade. How long has that been happening? But it's an interesting thing to dive into.
Well, thank you for the answer. No more questions.
Reese actually took my question regarding, the MCAS expectation for students. I feel like there's a different level of understanding between our K through even 8th grade versus our high school MCAS test takers from the student perspective. And I think what you said was perfect. I think it's sort of on the parent to deliver that message that these performance measures are still necessary, even though they're not a requirement for graduation, and that the delivery of that message is critical to be able to and continue to evaluate performance measures. Thank you. It was a great presentation.
So I guess since we're here, I'll start with this one. So just a suggestion going forward, and I think Reese caught it out because I didn't catch that as well. Like, if we had grouped based off of cohort, I think it's easier to see the improvements from year over year versus having to kind of triangulate, okay, well, this column is tied to this column over here. And I think that would help tell the story better of the work that you're doing, and just from a quick at a glance. The other thing, I appreciated the information about the iReady. I think that's an invaluable data point, and I'm glad that we test our students multiple times. If you go to the next one, I think it's a good one. I guess, what are your thoughts about having this data included in the report card?
So iReady, iReady is administered in the fall as a screener, and there's no growth measure yet. It's just how does your child score? As the students are taking it now, I know we're looking at it daily to think about the growth there. iReady provides a parent report, just as similar to how MCAS provides a parent report. On our February 5th early release day, those trainers from iReady will be a part of the work that they'll do with teachers is helping to interpret those parent reports so that teachers can use those in conversations with teachers, so that information is coming for our KV families.
And I would add to that I think you said, how about attaching this to report cards? So it depends on how our report card falls with the report. What I would caution and not want us to do is attach iReady specifically, embed it in Aspen in a way to the report card so that it could go as a separate report. But if we get to a place, and formerly we had map growth as the data tool, and teacher feedback and funding resulted in, now is not the time, this is not a tool for us. So I just wouldn't want to connect an investment in a resource to the report card, but to your point, yes, communication about this to families is critical and is forthcoming.
And I would just say one of the things that I think, to build off of what you said, Tina, is it's really important that our teachers have the capacity to be able to interpret these, because we were in a meeting today with our K-5 curriculum specialists thinking about that February 5th date, and we were looking at a couple of case studies, because a teacher's perspective about a student's growth at mid-year was one thing, and then we were looking at it saying, no, they did grow, it just looks very different. So we're in this moment of trying to calibrate our understanding of it, and to bring some of those case studies to our partners at iReady to be able to say, these are good case studies for our PD on February 5th, and then our teachers, it's been important that we've brought our teachers along with it so that they feel empowered and confident speaking to that. But in some cases, you may interpret it as a parent, and without that context, I guess is what I'm saying, is just really, really important.
Yep, understood. Okay, thank you. And I do appreciate the comparison against the DART towns. I think that helps, and it just gives us context of where we land. And as you said, we could slice the data different ways, and I think it may be, sorry, Jonna, I may ask for work for you, but like from like a budgetary standpoint, how do we compare against these DART towns as well? Because if they're performing better than we are, is this also because they have better funding than we do? You know, like what correlations, and like how do we, I know for elementary we're in the top like 2, 3, but if for the middle school we're lower, like what are they doing that we could do and copy from them, you know, and kind of leapfrog and get ahead. And on that same note, so from K to 5, we have one level of performance, but for our middle school, it drops off. I guess, has there been thought about doing something different for summer? Like maybe like having like I know folks will probably not like this suggestion, but having like a standardized like work to do in the summertime. And I'm not talking about like extensive amount of work, I'm talking about like an hour a month, just so that students retain the practice of learning during the summer versus maybe saying, you know, I'm putting down a book and I'm not gonna pick it up until September, you know? Just so that we can keep that learning alive, because I know when my kids were in K to 5, we would learn together, and then as they got to middle school, it's like, okay, well, you do your own thing, and they were more accountable for themselves, and maybe they did it, maybe they didn't do it, you know? So like, how do we help the students, and how do we equip the parents to be, have those tools to help their students learn in those long periods of breaks? So, yeah, not really a question, just comments.
We've gone back and forth on that too. I feel like some years it's recommended, then it's required, then it's not. So, but that's something I think to continue to discuss.
Yeah.
And the one thing I would mention, and this is not to say, we have made significant investment in our elementary resources, our curriculum resources, the way we deploy staff through a tiered intervention model, the training that folks have had over time. When you think about illustrative math and HMH at the elementary level, and that's not to say that's not happening in other places, but I think that, like, again, that's why we try to tie this to the really thoughtful approach to PL, curriculum implementation, the common professional time that those teachers have, the interventionists, the Title I support, like all of those pieces. And now I think someone had mentioned being in a place at our middle school where we could say we've lifted a unit because it didn't actually fit in the scope and sequence of the year for kids, and we put that in the course. That we're in the early stages of implementing a Common Lit in our English department across, and that we're still in the early phases of professional learning. So I just would say, you know, as a place, because the teachers are working tirelessly to do that work, that I think we will, as we've unified into this school and have those opportunities for professional learning and collaboration, see kind of the fruits of that labor and work in coming years.
Yeah, thank you.
And can I just add, because I don't want to rewatch this or be sitting there tomorrow saying I wish I hadn't. I don't want the, like, respectfully, I don't want the narrative to be for our teachers that there's a drop off in middle school. I think there's a difference. And to Tina's point, during a meeting that I was in, that we were in today with our curriculum specialist, we were using a student record from the middle school, an intervention plan from the middle school, and we were thinking to ourselves, like, how wonderful, and this is credit to the middle school math specialist, and those roles are newly created, like, how wonderful is it that with this established K-5 team, we're sitting here looking at a middle school that's been open from September to January, and we're using their intervention record as a model. And I just think speaks to, like, the differences between what's happened, and so I think we can't overstate all of the transitions that have happened and the different things that have happened, and I just want to compelled to share that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I don't have any question. I just had one question that I think is related because of the MCAS. Is the Abigail Adams, John Adams Merit-Based Scholarship, is that going away? I heard it was going away from some parents and from like the sophomores and juniors talking about it, and I didn't know if that was something that maybe we had heard. I hadn't heard it anywhere else. So I was just trying to clear up a rumor. We haven't heard anything formally.
I haven't heard it.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. But yeah, I just, good presentations. I'm not gonna ask anything. I'm okay with what you gave me.
First of all, great presentation. Got a lot of answers from the metrics point of view. Thanks for that. And I got a good explanation on the DART assessment, right? So you mentioned about the enrollment, different criteria that is there. Going back to this slide 21. So this is a one set of group out of our, yeah, you were in the right slide, 21. Yeah.
This one?
20, next one. Yeah. So I think this is one of the groups of the total number of districts that we have, right? So like we have about 400 plus districts in Massachusetts, and out of that, this is one group, which is 10, right? So where we stand, where this group stands out of the other 400 districts, if you have that data, so our focus should not be within this group. Our focus should be like how we can progress towards the group which are higher than us, right? So which are leading in various categories. And one of the things Al brought it, like budget could have been one of the, like we can compare ourselves to see where are we with respect to the rest of the districts, and that will help us, because most of the time what happens, the data that we get from the internet on the niche school rating or the grade school rating, right, that puts us on the very low rating. Like when you Google about Franklin School District, right, we see 65th rank or something on the Franklin High School, which may not be the right case. So since we have a tool, we should try to see how we can get those kind of data, and that will help us to see where we are right currently. And of course, we have a lot of opportunities to grow. So we have to see who are our, the people or the groups who are on top of us, and aim towards that. Maybe do some basic work on identifying their budgets, identifying their policies and things like that, and work towards that to work towards that for that progression. That would be my my request for this group.
Can I jump in? So I think, to your point, the ranking thing is a little, we've talked about it in previous years, the ranking thing can be a little deceiving sometimes, because when they do rankings, they look at all metrics such as class size. That's actually directly tied to budget. So there's a couple of drivers that not only, that influence some of that as well. And if we were ranked number one, I'd still say this to you, that there's a variety of metrics that go into when they do those rankings for that piece. I only mention it not to necessarily counter an idea of wanting for us to continue to try to improve, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say that point. The second piece is around, I think it is valuable to look at what's the state average, where are we in comparison? You saw that tonight. I don't think it's a bad thing to set sights on where we want to be, but I think that's actually a broader conversation than just the assessment data. Where do we see ourselves as a town and a district related to where we want to be? And I have a hard time as superintendent when someone says your score should be where, name a town, I won't use a town, but it's free promotion, I don't do that. Pick a town in your head that you want to be, where you want to be, and then ask yourself, are we set up? I talk a lot about James Clear and Atomic Habits around, you only rise to the level of your systems. You can have every goal in the world, but your systems are going to allow you to get to where that is. So those are not necessarily counterpoints, but just added perspective to this. But the point I'm taking away from this is, how do we measure up to other districts beyond DART? Now, we use DART because consistently the state provides every town with a cohort that they've identified. So as close as we can get every year to someone other than us picking the districts, because that would be problematic if we said we picked these towns, we're number one. We're probably going to pick 10 towns. And I know that you know I'm half joking, but that was a way of saying, like, a third party that the state said these are the groups, and that's how we operate, so that we can show up every year with the group. But those are just a couple of thoughts. I don't know if you have anything else.
Can I just add that I think if you think of those districts, just to give a very small example, if you think of those districts in your head that are not those DART districts, if you look at that 512, 513 for average scaled score for 3rd and 4th graders, some of the top performing districts in the state, those numbers are 522, anywhere from maybe 518, 522, 526, just to give you a little sense of top performing districts in the state. That's where those numbers are. And then as it relates to some of these districts, I would say through our outreach and through our networking may say we spend less money than Franklin does per pupil, but maybe we don't have curriculum investments. We haven't made curriculum investments that you have. And so like, I want to assure the committee that we do that work, but it also just gets tricky when we start to try to compare ourselves to different districts. So.
Yeah. I was just trying to, sorry. Yeah.
Has the DART information is all public.
Yeah.
So that's something that we welcome people to explore. If you have those thoughts of how we compare with different districts that in our own, I mean, I think we all have a list of who we would strive to be, and that may change from year to year, but the information specific MCAS scores that we shared is like a private portal that only certain people have access to. The DART comparisons are public.
Yeah, my only ask was like to see how we can progress with the objective set for us, and that's the only intent, nothing else. And since we have this data, so why would we use it? That's what I was trying to. And that Spider liked the presentation, I guess. It came down and then it completely looked at your presentation and it went up. And it went up.
We had no idea
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So first, thank you all, and the entire organization, Office of Teaching and Learning, everybody, every component that put this engine together. It's great work that you guys are always doing, and a wonderful, comprehensive presentation. Just a few notes. One, as we kind of like move forward with this, as my colleague Al kind of talked about different ways to display data. Maybe one thing too, what it might be love to see is just like a little asterisk about when we did the reorganization. I know a lot of folks last year and before were just worried about how do we measure success and how do we know that this is working. And so just to be able to say, here's where the reorg happened, and then here's all the improvements what we've continued to make from there. Lizzie, you kind of stole one of my talking points, talking about DART and in the online website, but thank you for mentioning that, because this is publicly available for folks at home that want to kind of go and play around. I remember former Chairwoman Denise Spencer would always kind of go hard on this stuff because you can really go and explore and look at so many different metrics. And so I encourage everybody to do just that. And if I could take something off of Jono's plate, Al, I did those numbers. I took a look at like the per pupil expenditures of just these DART communities, and again, these are supposed to be comparables. And we're 7th out of 11 of the group, and there's also a delay on this too when it's kind of posted onto the website. I would suspect after last year's anemic increase, kind of following the failed override, that we're going to fall further down. Honestly, probably closer to about like 9, borderline 10. And obviously, we get a great value out of every single tax dollar that goes into the Franklin Public School System. And we see that, and that's fantastic. But at the same time, it shouldn't be a race to the bottom for what we want to spend and invest in our kids, and yet that's kind of where the trends have been going to. And the levies have already started to break, and they will continue. And we just don't want to put ourselves in that situation. I'm just going to continue to beat the drum going on 5 years now of why it's so important that we invest in our Franklin Public School System. And I hope those at home watching and on Zoom are hearing that. And if you have questions, always kind of reach out because we're entering into that big budget season. And lastly, speaking of that budget season too, again, I love I know before we've kind of done comparables of like the Hockomock League and other ones we've kind of picked and chosen, and sometimes we've just done everybody and said, here's where we're at. I do appreciate at least to kind of have a grounded, non-biased listing with these darts, like, to Lucas, to your point, we could just kind of pick and choose and say these are the ones that we want, but it's like, all right, this is a outside party. The state has said this is how we compare. So if we're going to FinCom or we're doing anything else and saying what's that per pupil expenditure, it's all kind of grounded in some of this data that's maybe a little bit more digestible. So thank you all so much. I really appreciate your time.
Awesome. Yeah, I think there was a lot of information provided here, and I appreciate it. I know it's tough to continue for, well, we'll just say a while. But, you know, it really is important, I think, for people to understand all that's going on and really kind of what our schools are able to produce. I was just looking at them quickly at the K-2, that iReady system is really, really exciting, being able to see that, you know, looking at the benchmarks that we have, you know, our students are really outperforming at those levels. You know, I think this is something to kind of highlight, and it really speaks a lot to, you know, the quality of the institutions that we've been able to create. You know, we're 25 to 50% higher in the meeting or at grade level K1 and 2. So like all of those, and that's just from the state perspective. We do even better on a national level. You know, so I think people looking to see that kind of return on investment is definitely there from that early age. And again, looking to institute and create these kind of systemic changes, that's a great spot to start from, and that we're able to carry it through. Also seeing how well we're doing across the board with a lot of the different, you know, again, against the state averages on things. 1 point for how we're kind of showing that data, I don't know if this is going to be helpful or hurtful, but if we would be able to show kind of the ranges, but then also like the standard deviations coming off those averages, because I think if we're looking at, you know, we have a few hundred districts that we're comparing against, if that average, you know, for the state is like, you know, 494, and the standard deviation is 2, well, great, like we're doing significantly better than the state, versus if it's 494 and standard deviation is 15, well, like, yes, fine, I'd much rather be on that side of things, but it's a very important data point for us to understand, you know, are we significantly different than, you know, basically can we back up what we're looking at? And the ranges, I think, also help there, you know, to the point looking at, you know, what Stephen had said, where is everybody? You know, are we kind of floating up there against the top, you know, understanding our DART system? I think actually I really appreciated, you know, the details there, and I'll segue into that in a second. But understanding that that is a great representation of comparable schools, but then seeing really what is that range like. The average is helpful, but if people are all over the place, it doesn't really tell you much. If the average is very, very tight, and then you have those outliers, and we happen to be one of them on the correct side of things, then again, it kind of goes to what we're looking at. With that comment on DART, you know, looking at these schools, I think it's very interesting for me is, you know, looking at enrollment, so the overall volume of people, you know, people tend to forget that we're not a small town, we're a city. For those, like, it's really, that ship has sailed quite a while ago. We have, you know, what, 4,000 some students, 1,000 some teachers and staff. We're a large organization. But then also looking at how they take into account, you know, people where English is not the first language, special education costs, the type of school system, but then the low income status. And I think this actually is kind of an interesting cross section where we've had a lot of discussions in this town about budget and about how the system is calculating what we can contribute. And I think to Dave's point, looking at where we fall on this overall chain of things, you know, falling towards the bottom of these comparables, these are other districts that have a very similar financial setting or financial situation to us. They have similar amounts, you know, of people who experience financial challenges. So it's not that we are unique, that we, you know, we're carrying a different kind of burden and we're struggling more because of some kind of unforeseen circumstance. There are a bunch of other schools in the same exact setting that are able to fund at a significantly higher rate. And sometimes they benefit from it. Sometimes, you know, we still have an amazing, you know, group of teachers that really keep us at the top from an education perspective. But that does bring one other point, and, you know, Dave alluded to it. And, you know, we've all talked about this quite a bit. There's two main concerns that this data does not bring to the fore, but actually your commentary, the three of you commenting on this probably didn't think of it this way, of just how close we are to something breaking. We make significant investments in curriculum, in interventions, in the overall supports that we have for our students across the board that are very responsive. That kind of responsiveness takes effort, takes time. There's a cost behind that. But then also instituting these so that we're able to make sure that our students are able to continuously grow and stay ahead have a cost. This is also last year's data, right? So we haven't, to Dave's point, we haven't seen all the impacts baked in from having an underfunded school year. We did see significantly lower levels of funding than we had hoped for going into last year. I know this year is tight. It's been talked about a lot. But the biggest challenge that we're going to run into, people keep on pointing at, you know, past couple of years saying, hey, look, we're still doing great. And I don't disagree. We have an amazing school system here. But some of these programs, if we were to have to cut things, It's going to be a year before we see those major impacts. And sometimes we might be able to power through for a year or two. Again, our teachers have shown a level of resiliency that is just truly amazing. But at some point in time, that dam does break. And when it does, there's not going to be some quick way to turn around. You can't turn around and be like, all right, great, throw $2 million at it, we're going to fix everything. No, no, no. We have to go back and actually rebuild and create new programs and new processes to be able to support our students yet again and try to undo all that damage. That's one of the biggest messages that I want to make sure people are taking home, looking at all this fantastic data, is what's going to happen when we finally aren't able to support it financially anymore. And there's going to be a real lag in what happens there. There's going to be a real lag in when we finally find out. And the cost to our students and to the district is going to be immense. So as we go into this next year, and next couple of months, John, good luck, there's going to be a lot of those discussions and questions, I think, about the value of what people get here. And I think what we need to continue to highlight, what I want to make sure that people know, is the value for what we actually cost is, we're hitting, we're punching way above our weight class. As Dave said, we are at the bottom, towards the bottom for how much we actually spend on our pupils. And I know that there's questions about, our operational budget versus the actual cost for capital and the schools, being maintained. All of that is looped in. So what the entire town pays for our students, we're still towards the bottom. And yet we are able to test and score and produce students with some of the highest levels of achievement consistently. We cannot continue to do that without additional support and without consistent funding, so that we can support these programs. We can make sure that we're able to dive in and that we're able to understand exactly what's going on in these little snippets and respond to make sure that our students, even if they have blips along the way, middle school, if they have that rough year, that doesn't define it. We're able to really quickly turn things around, and we have shown that we can very effectively and aggressively go in and produce results. So I want to make sure that people are focusing on that, people understand what could be going on if we don't continue to see support. And again, like Dave said, if people have any questions as to where these things go, where the funds are able to go, how they're supporting our students, we're more than happy to sit down and talk in much greater detail. We've shown that we can talk about this for at least 2 hours. I promise you we can do more. But with that, I think I'm all set. That's good, right? Like 2 hours? I took 20 minutes. Cool. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all for being Go, Patty. Thanks. You got it.
Okay. I took that as a stretch break. I could have sat there, but I needed to stand up. Yes, I don't blame you. Okay, so here we go. So we are presenting the last presentation of the evening. I want to first just thank you, Patty, for hanging in there and listening to all the things going on at Franklin Public Schools. So I'm excited to just provide an update on the Franklin Public Schools Child Care Initiative. This is an exciting, it's meant to be an update, not just because of the time of night, but because it's appropriate now to this is our first time talking publicly about it. We have a lot of details behind the scenes, but it's meant to be digestible to you as a school committee and the community. So I will kick it over to Patty, who will co-present, but has been just tremendous in getting this initiative off the ground behind the scenes, in addition to all the other programs that she's had to manage through reorganization. And she's the director of our Lifelong Learning Program, our Solutions Program. And I'll kick it over to you.
Yeah, thank you for having us here tonight. Appreciate it. My name is Patty Gay. I'm the director of Lifelong Learning, and very happy to be here tonight, and very excited about this new initiative, which is the Little Solutions Toddler Child Care, with a focus on providing child care for staff. So.
It's 10 slides. Okay, so tonight, just on the screen, you can see the areas which we'll cover. We'll provide some time at the end to explain some next steps and answer any questions that you have. But we've broken it down into some key areas that you would think about for any type of startup that we want to cover. So without further ado.
Yeah. So just as an introduction, the district is developing an on-site childcare for next school year. It supports the district, it will help in supporting the district recruitment, retention, as well as overall work-life balance. Our goal is to provide high-quality childcare, and it aligns with the district's goals of supporting its workforce and also just strengthens the school community.
So how did we get here? So if you were in the school committee seats, or you were a parent, or anyone watching online, you may recall back in 2024, we made a decision to do a complete reorganization. We're in the year now where we're living the changes that took place. In addition to that, you'll see here, I just put a picture up just to remind people of, we did a master plan that had many recommendations in it. We have been working hard to implement the recommendations for current students we have in current programs to make sure that we could land the plane and allow us to be able to move forward as a district. In addition to that, there were some long-term, short, mid, and long-term plans on how we could continue to improve our district in a variety of ways. So one of the recommendations was around supporting children and providing a childcare model for our staff to help us with our recruitment, our retention, and try to improve overall life balance and providing this opportunity for staff. So in that recommendation, it was about making strategic use of our Pond Street location, which is currently where our pre-K is, ECDC at Pond, as you're well aware, and in addition, utilizing some of the space to provide the childcare option. So this not only provides an opportunity for staff, but it also strengthens our community and is a potential revenue generator for us as we continue to try to build out this model. So just, we hit on this already a little bit, but basically you can see here some of the benefits and the rationale and the impetus for this work was really to try to get this off the ground to begin the school year, next school year, so 2027, August of 2027.
Just to highlight some of the program concepts, our goal is to offer high-quality pilot program that aligns with the Massachusetts Early Education and Care guidelines and I'm sorry, I'm just like, my voice is like, I'm talking 2 hours.
Okay.
But just to use best practices and try to present a quality program that everyone will be happy with, and including the people that work there and the staff, and just trying to provide a quality program. So we are looking at, we're going to start with the toddler age, and that is age 15 to 33 months. As Lucas said, our location is at the Pond Street location. The hours will align with school hours. So we'll be open for school days, closed for school vacations in the summer, and that will help with the overall cost of the program. And our approach is a play-based approach, and you can see as we go through what the concept looks like, a developmentally appropriate curriculum, and supporting all aspects of our little toddlers. So our operational requirements, as I said, we're going to align with best practice. Our staffing is to utilize myself as other district administrators to oversee the program, as well as hiring additional staff for this program. We are looking to start the toddler rate. They're littles, so the ratio is a little bit smaller. So we're talking nine students to 2 staff members. If the interest is there, we certainly have the opportunity to grow that. We have the space to do so as well. And we're looking to, phase that in as we move forward and gauge the need and the interest from staff. A program's space will include our main program. We also have a contained outdoor space, also incorporating an indoor gross motor classroom, as well as a gymnasium. and going to go to classroom to rotating hands-on learning centers, which would include some dramatic play, blocks and building, arts and creativity, and much more. So we're really utilizing that space and wanting to incorporate as many learning experiences as possible.
Okay, just to review the financials, we have been modeling out the program. Medway is a great example of a neighboring town that has a staff childcare model. There are other towns also. Patty and I have had the opportunity, we actually, we were able to visit with Colin, Jean,
Yeah.
yes. So we were able to visit and just get a sense of what's the model look like, what's the financial breakdown, and how are they able to sustain it. So we have been working really hard to look at a model where staff are charged for the days in which their students are there, which align with our school year. And as you may know, if you've ever had to pay for childcare, there are often times where you have to pay to hold over the summer and on vacation. So that's just a built-in cost savings for any of the families that would take advantage. And we would not be looking to utilize space that would displace any of our existing students in our pre-K programming, but ultimately enhance that setup that is at Pond Street. So with regard to startup costs, what we've done is we've started to look at what would any company, what would any restaurant, what would any business be needed to do to open up the doors. We needed to create a model where we compare tuition rates to neighboring communities that have this type of model. Also looking at private daycare, in-house daycare, to try to look at all those models and say what makes the most sense so that we have a competitive rate in which it's enticing for our staff to take advantage of. We looked at our hours that we would be paying employees and how do those line up with the school day and how do we break that up. So these are just some examples of things. All of the materials you need, things that you would need for that classroom. There are things that we can get creatively. I know Patty and I have talked about looking for grant opportunities, donations. There's tons of ways in which we can outfit some of these programs, this particular program, and then ultimately trying to make sure that we have an ability to cover the structure and financially have it be self-sustaining. And ultimately, our ultimate goal is to have it be revenue generating, which is something we've talked about before. There's a few wins baked in here. There's providing staff with an opportunity. I can think of a business teacher we lost a few years ago who had a child and resigned for that exact reason. And that person was really good for the culture at Franklin High, great with kids. It was sad to see that person leave, but ultimately they had to make a decision because there was no way they could make it work with the childcare timing and how to pick up and whatnot. So I think back to that person a lot as we've been in these conversations. So we have been really working this through to make sure that we are able to cover the costs and make this opportunity be scalable, but also start with 9 to 2, which is the state guidance. That's their ratio.
Just to go back 1 second.
Yep.
In our visit to Midway, this is my big takeaway, was this little mechanism here that's called the Bye-Bye Buggy. And you can fit 4 students in that buggy. And it's good, it's practical, it's get them fresh air if the weather's not that great, and it also is a great evacuation tool. So it's, that definitely made it to my must-have list. Okay.
That's why it's in here.
That's
I want to
why
make
it's
sure
in
you're
here.
trying to hold me accountable in
Yes.
front of my bosses. Thank you. Appreciate it. Jeez, it's supposed to be co-facilitating here, feeling I'm on the bus. Okay.
Yeah, so the implementation timeline, we are in the planning stages right now. We just found out that we will be license exempt, meaning that we can, we'll use best practices, we're using the guidelines from the EC, but it just takes out, we're not following their timeline, waiting for people to come out and visit. So it gives us a little bit more flexibility as to how that all carries out. So in the process of developing the program itself and preparing for that, and ultimately, as Lucas said, we'd like to have this open for the next school year.
So we have been in phase 1, which is really like the feasibility of this, and we've moved into phase 2. Patty's done a lot of work on the back end to survey staff, to do some things to gain interest. We'll have more information on that, but just to give you a sense of how this will look. So this just breaks down the timeline a little bit further to give you a sense.
Yep, so right now we're in phase 1, moving into phase 2. planning and approvals. Come March, we'll begin phase 3, and we hope to start registration in March, and then, give, staff time to come out and actually see the program, and then it's important for, if you've got a toddler and you want to put them in childcare, it's really important for them to see the facility and see what we're all about. And then August, September, we'll move into orientation and then the program opening with the, is a staff childcare. So we're going to open up in August in time for staff orientation so that they have that care while they start their school year.
We'll return to school committee sometime between May and June with some data. I think that would be helpful if we look at how many staff have signed up, who's interested, what's our wait list to get to the next cohort, what does our final tuition model look like. So I think there's more data to be given, and we'll move Patty up in the presentation schedule so that we'll have you go first as a feedback. Yeah. So, yeah.
That's fine. I know as Lucas talked about the teachers that they lost, I think it's important that we try to, to think of the staff that we have, and that they're, if we can have them have their peace of mind with their child at a good child care facility, that they're the ones that are going to be with our students, and that it's just a win-win.
So we're happy to answer any questions, and thank you.
Thank you. Start with Reese.
Sure. So if initial enrollment's going to serve nine toddlers, how do you determine, I imagine the interest would be higher than 9 people. So how would you determine which staff members get access?
Good question.
Well, we'll have to see what the interest is, and if we do find a high interest, we'll have to plan accordingly. And then we'll just have to see. Yeah. But I think Solutions has always been a first come, first serve, and we'll do that as well. But with that being said, if there's a big interest, we want to try to make that adjustment as well.
Yeah. Typically, the way we've done any sign up for any program is someone expressed interest, they either pay a deposit or a registration fee to hold their spot that's refundable, and then that shows a commitment on our end, and then we work on first come, first serve, who's on the list, and work through those lists to see who's committed.
And it's a pretty specific age group as well.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes as well.
Yeah, very good. So, and that was one of my other questions as well. With that specific age range, there are going to be students who age out mid-year. Are there plans to help our teachers address those needs, whether it's like transitioning to ECDC or something along those lines?
Yeah, and when they come into our program, within that age group, we will have them finish the school year. We won't age people out mid-year or 3/4 of the year. They'll be there for the school year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. And curious, do teachers currently make use of ECDC? Is that something that our teachers have done?
If they have lived in town, I can think of a few people. I know that we have a principal here. Do teachers make use of ECDC?
Only if they live in Franklin at this time. But it has been a conversation about staff access.
Yeah. So, and that may, for future, but it might be something to look at is opening. So there's, so we're not offering it just for this period.
Right. We don't want to duplicate
Come up in our
service.
conversations about how that.
We want
Great.
to complement and, yeah.
Very good. This is a really exciting initiative. I'm looking forward to seeing the follow-up.
I feel like we have ESP tonight. We have the same questions. But I remember when this came up during the master planning, and I thought it was, a terrific idea. I'm very pleased to see that it's rolling out. What better, we have Kennedy, why not use it? There's a potential for revenue. Again, what a wonderful idea. And anything at this point to boost morale and, for our faculty members and give them an opportunity to ease their load in any capacity is certainly welcome. I look forward to the next presentation. I feel like I have more questions on my mind. I think it would be really helpful to do, that initial survey and see what the demand is, whether or not we can meet that, a larger demand, like next August is one thing, but we could explore it in future years if we had an idea of what those numbers would look like. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, echo my colleagues. Thank you for the update. I think I'll look forward to the June presentations where we can see what does August look like and what the projections are going to be. So, and yes, you first next time.
I'm excited about this. This is like what I do with like strategic planning for startups. I'm just, I want it to be bigger. So my questions were like, and maybe to Nadia's point, like I'll let you guys breathe for a minute and get it going, but is it specifically being built for educators because of the hours and the vacations off and things? So you're like, ideally we're starting with like, let's retain and let's do like within the school district and then maybe, okay.
Yeah. And that was a direct recommendation from the master plan and the work, the focus groups and all the outcomes of all of the groundwork that was laid over that year when the recommendations came.
Yeah, okay. Just because I know that with solutions or, like, I know the demand for solutions is always big. Like, Aaron used to sit down there and be like, why can't we expand solutions? And then what I hear about ECDC is, like, we'd probably get more if we had earlier hours. Right? We're working around a school district. So it's not like we're, like, entrepreneurs out there doing what's marketable. Like, so it's tricky. Because I'd love for this to end up being a revenue stream. Like, and then I hear discussions at town council meetings about the Pond Street property. Have you been approached from other departments or wanting to utilize that space, or it's just going to be, okay.
No, right now, and then I think you saw some photos in the teaching and learning presentation where the staff have utilized spaces. There's a dedicated area for this childcare 2B.
Okay.
And when you start to look at lifelong learning programming is in a different section, and our ECDC at Pond Street is on the left side when you enter the door. So the building is being utilized for, by and large, most of those spaces. There's a staff training room. So I have not, but I would say that the space has a high percentage of that space is made up of very little children in it.
Right.
So the security, we treat that just like any other school with the security to make sure that we're covering ourselves and making sure that we're able to provide an educational environment. But no, I have not, but I'm excited about the opportunity here to bring the childcare that we have been talking about for a few years and to be able to have this opportunity. And I do think this is the start. It could go a bunch of ways, but I would never want to overpromise and underdeliver. And I think we have to start with how this was framed and the why behind it was around staff recruitment and retention. But there's potential here to really look at this, and I think we've seen it with Medway. And I think this is the type of thing, I hope I've instilled some confidence in, of the ability of our team to evolve based on the circumstances and try to make the most with what we have, and we'll do the same here.
Yeah, I think you've certainly done that, shown that we're capable. Yeah, it was weird. I thought at the town council meeting, because the facilities presented last meeting, and I thought they said, how much of that Pond Street, one of the questions they had was, how much of the Pond Street building is being utilized or not being utilized? And it was a topic of discussion that made me perk up. So I just wanted to, that's why I asked that. But,
Yeah, our office is there, so we occupy a little corner.
It just made it sound like, are we gonna, like, does the town want to open up pickleball courts there and try and generate revenue? And I was like, whoa, we're gonna use it. So I was just thinking that way, so.
Well, lifelong learning's there, operations, Colin is all, because these are all people that were displaced because we filled the middle school, right? We filled different areas, so. You have Office of Teaching and Learning, you heard tonight. Becky Laverne, the secretary, is dueling as a secretary, just because of funding. We couldn't put a secretary. So she's sharing that, she leaves, and then my secretary leaves town hall and drives over for 2 hours every day to cover the afternoon part. I think that's what led to some of the conversations that were happening around that. But anyway, we have really tried to utilize everybody we can to make that work, but the whole left wing is just all ECDC.
Yeah.
And then they eat lunch, so there's a cafeteria there. The rooms up near the lunchroom are where this childcare will be located. In the gym area is where lifelong learning is, and in the hallway leading up to the cafeteria is where Office of Teaching and Learning operations and whatnot. So we're utilizing spaces appropriately based
Yeah.
on where people need to be, but certainly, I can understand the question though, like what's
Yeah,
going on? I think
and
that's
I
a
don't
fair
think they
question
knew the
from the
answer,
public.
because they
And-
didn't seem to know the answer. They were kind of saying, oh, well, I think this,
It's a
that,"
good,
but,
no, it's
you
a
know,
good
it would-
question.
yeah,
And
But
we
we-
also have some night classes there too, through community learning.
yeah.
Yeah,
And I just like selfishly want to hang on to it and make sure we
Yeah.
utilize it.
It's
It's
great-
like,
It's a great building.
yeah,
It's
okay,
being utilized for
Yeah.
students.
for sure, okay,
Yeah.
thanks. That's all I got.
Awesome. Steven?
Yeah, it's a great presentation. I'm pretty sure it's going to give a peace of mind for a lot of our staff, right? So, a couple of questions. So now the enrollment is only 9. We are looking at 9. I know there was a question to whether we are going to increase or not. Do we also have a plan to add allow public kids, other kids other than the staff into this program? If we have an opportunity, if we have some spots, do we have thought about it?
Without fully committing to saying yes, I would say our goal is to look at how, we would want to optimize the resource with spots, and if we had less than a 9-student cohort, and we could maximize it to have, if we had 7 and we could get to 9, and we've gone through our staff and there's no other option, I think we would look to see how we could expand and what would be most appropriate. You know, I think that would be the case. I think that's what Medway has done
They have.
to fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
I would wonder about staff in general in the town. I would just say, there's a variety of ways we could look at it and make decisions. Yeah, that's something we would do, is try to optimize those 9 cohorts. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, and
Not-
we're
not-
lucky to
sorry,
have
go
that
ahead.
Medway example too. I think they've been
Mhm.
a good
Yeah,
example.
not necessarily, the public, and also, we can also think about like town staff and.
That's what I was saying, is like
Yeah.
towns, we could expand
Yeah,
it beyond, just if school
Yeah.
staff is
Yeah.
filled every year, we have a chance to put out an open enrollment period, see where we land, and then keep trying to look to expand and to maximize those
Yeah,
opportunities.
in that way, town council will know that that space is being utilized for
Yeah.
childcare, right? So that's one. So my second question is on the budget. So this is completely an independent budget, or is there anything that goes from our Franklin School public school budget into it?
No, this would not fall under the operating budget that you will approve, that we will present on next meeting with the overview and then the hearings. This is a completely separate, similar to how lifelong learning operates. They are self-funding, self-sustaining, and this would be, the similar model would be self-sustaining. And like I said, I know you're looking forward to future presentations. We will share more of this information with you as we decide it.
Perfect, thank you so
Yeah,
much.
you're welcome.
All right, quick, I shouldn't be surprised when you exceed my expectations. The district continues to do so every single time. When this was talked about in the master plan, it was definitely a 2027, 2028 thing as we kind of got this. The fact that we went, we reorganized, we moved schools, we settled down, we're reunifying, and then, you and your team are just crushing it over there at Pond Street to now come up with this that's going to be launched this school year is amazing. So excited, can't wait to see where it's going to go. Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah, just kind of reiterating, there's a lot that went into this. I know this has been an ongoing conversation, and also understanding the institutional knowledge we have, understanding your experience with situations like this. I think we kind of glossed over that. This is not us trying something brand new that we have no experience in. This is actually right up your alley.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure to call that out to the
Thank you.
community. This is
Thank you. Yeah.
this is very much so something you understand very deeply.
Yeah.
So I think we're in really great shape there, and I appreciate the added time and, looking at what you're talking about with the planning feasibility and just kind of the overall model. You say, all right, we're gonna have a center director, and you said it kind of quietly off to the side, like, oh yeah, that'll be me too. It's like, okay, well, we just keep on putting the hats on. At some point in time, we have to
It's a
find
team.
additional
It's not
support.
just myself, it's a team effort, yeah.
It is, but I think your team does a lot, and they're very different hats kind of across the district. So we really appreciate that. And again, to Stephen's point, that budget neutral aspect I think is really great. And if anyone is interested, I'm actually pretty aware of the Medway system. I have actually friends who use it, and to your point, Stephen, essentially they have it as a priority for the schools and then for the town, but they have that wait list. So every year they have any kind of extra space, they just start calling, and they have no problem, that wait list is long. Because it's really a great resource, and one of the things that I've heard that people really appreciate is you're essentially part of that system. You're in the schools, you have the same exact schedule, even for, parents just in the district. And then I think, to the point that was brought up earlier about expanding ECDC to be able to accept these students, we can kind of matriculate through. I know that's a big, we'll get there. But, I think these kind of discussions are really important and great. And then to Ruth Ann's point, about the school, I do really appreciate the fact that, this is a school, so it does fall entirely under our purview. And that I know we're utilizing a lot of the Pond Street location, and, being able to really kind of say, hey, this is how we're gonna use it even more efficiently, we have more space, and being able to expand into that, I think is really fantastic. So that, I love that we're able to continue to maintain this as a school, and it will continue to be a school, but then I think, Lucas, your point, any kind of conversations to the contrary, I would highlight that we have a lot of our most vulnerable, students in this group. These are very young children, and we're very protective of that kind of environment. So making sure that we really do understand and maintain just the highest standards, of that being a school, kind of throughout. So appreciate that. One idea, because there's not enough things on your plate, Patty. I know that with Solutions, we have, summer programs. My own kids have used it, been big fans. Would this be an environment where we could potentially expand for kind of a childcare system over the summer? As kind of an add-on. Like, I understand the idea of trying to really streamline costs where you have it, it's focused on teachers, you have it through the summer, but I think also we have lots of people in town who are teachers elsewhere, who when they come home, for the summer, there's that gap where, yes, they have lots going on, they might be able to utilize that resource, but also looking at retention of the staff. Some people might be very interested in, 180-day role, but it might also be really helpful if you're like, great, we've got a full year plan for you. And that could help get people in, especially as we're trying to get off the ground. So if we had that kind of summer program lined up, again, staff want to continue using it, kind of that same hierarchy of like staff, town employees, local, local residents. It might just be something to explore as we're going through these next couple of phases, where, again, the idea for your staff retention, trying to make sure that we're sensitive to that because they might not be on the same kind of schedule or same expectation as those who would utilize the service.
Right, and as I said, we've been very lucky to have Medway as an example, and they've been very generous with their time and sharing their facility, and that is something that they eventually did grow into, was offering not a long program, but maybe a 4-week program that
just windows.
For maybe for teachers or staff members that want to teach over the summer or take a class over the summer or something like that. So it is something that we could consider, but we'll see what the interest is and engage it from there.
Sounds fantastic. Really appreciate all the time. I know it's 10 slides, but there's an immense amount of work that has gone on behind the scenes, and what you have in front of you is going to be quite the lift, but really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Patty, have a good night.
So as they change, does anybody up here need a bio break or just 5 minutes? Okay. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take a 5-minute recess. Just give everyone a quick break. Been going at it for a few hours now, so we'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, so, appreciate that quick recess after a lot of great information. Want to go ahead and move along through with the additional discussion action items. Do want to note we already took care of action item letter A, Galapagos Islands trip. So moving on to B.
The program of studies presented tonight, I recommend approval of the 2026-2027 FHS program of studies as discussed.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none, vote will come on a motion. Everyone in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Up next.
Yep, next you have a policy reading. It's policy IHAIA, which is middle school pathway exploration, to move to a second reading as discussed.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Everyone aware? Everyone reviewed the policy? Excellent, fantastic. All right, seeing no discussion, vote will come on a motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Great. Next, you have the ECDC 2026-2027 tuition rate. Just like the last policy, it was in your packet. I will kick it over to Dr. Rogers, and also our principal is in the crowd still, here, Kim Taylor, to discuss the rates. They did a lot of work to put together some new data and a recommendation for the rate based on comparisons regionally for ECDC. So with that said, Dr. Rogers.
Sure. So I can launch this conversation. I would say Ms. Malati and Ms. Morano were part of the policy subcommittee meeting last month, and where we discussed the fee increase. So ultimately what's before you is a new fee. I don't have the paperwork in front of me, what's in my packet. But we had increased ECDC tuition 20% for the 2025 school year, and what we are looking for is an adjustment. We've seen a decrease in student enrollment, and for an adjustment in those fees, so that our enrollment projections would increase. So I can turn it to you for some context.
Sure. I think that the important thing with this request was that there was, when the 20% increase went into effect, it was a 20% with a yearly 3% elevator, so it was going to continue to rise, and we saw a significant decrease in our enrollment this year, to the point where we are in the end of 2024, we were at 195 students, and currently at the ECDC, we have 125 students. So we've seen a drop of enrollment. Whether or not it's related to that, we don't know, but we think it has something to do with it, because of people who called and said, oh, I can't do it. And we did some comparisons to districts around and saw that Franklin is the highest for 5 full days of preschool. So we decided to look at it and see what, with Ms. Malati's help, what the best recommendation would be for us moving forward, to bring it down back to what we were originally charging in FY24 plus a 5% increase.
No, I think you said it all. We did see a decrease in enrollment of 23% from FY25 to FY26, which resulted in a decrease in our revenue as well. So hopefully bringing the tuition rate down to a more competitive level, we will bring enrollment up and revenue will come up as well.
And we have new student open house next week on Wednesday. So I thank you for having this on the agenda so that we can inform families that come next week that the prices have been lowered, and we'll be able to formally say that now. So that it's good that it came now.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Any questions or discussion from the committee? Nadia?
Do we know what the actual revenue number drop is?
Yes,
Significant.
it is, up until October 31st, compared to last year, you looked at $16,000. Compared to, I projected out for the remainder of the year, so you're looking at $54,000.
Thank you.
So, there's a Tri-County Daycare Center, right? Some of my kids, friends' kids go there. So, how do we compare our fee structure with them?
To
Tri-County.
Tri-Counties pre-K.
Yeah.
We didn't
We didn't
compare.
compare, yeah, we didn't get that one.
We did not get that one.
Because I heard they are comparatively cheaper than ECDC.
I would think so.
Yes,
They
they-
have been
I would-
historically.
I'm
Yeah.
sure they are, yeah.
And that's not, when we did our comparisons, we did our comparisons to local school districts as opposed to private or separate entities, in order to make an apples-to-apples comparison.
Makes sense, but they are in the same town, and it's good to have the numbers compared with them as well. That would be my request to the team here.
Anyone else? Dave?
And then, Kim, thanks so much for sticking around. Appreciate it. During the policy, when this kind of first came up, you kind of discussed like not only obviously there's a decrease in enrollment, decrease in revenue, but that it also, there's a compliance issue in terms of the number of
Yes.
students. Would you be able to kind of elaborate?
I'll let Paula elaborate on that. Right, so Probably. seeing that we're an integrated preschool, it's important that we have to have one more peer than our students on IEP, so students with disabilities. So if we do not get enough students tuitioned in, then we'd have to go to DESE for a waiver. We've gotten creative this year of how we can make sure that our students with disabilities are integrated with our students without disabilities. But however, if that ratio really gets too skewed, then we would need to get a waiver, we'd be out of compliance. It'd be separate programming for our students rather than integrated.
Okay, thanks. So just yet another reason why we need
Yes,
to. really
absolutely,
kind of
make sure we
this.
increase those numbers, so.
All right, wonderful, thank you.
Awesome. All right. Seeing no further discussion, the vote will come on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Should we wait for the comparison, or should we go ahead and approve it?
They have the meeting though coming up on Wednesday. It's important to them.
No, I'm just trying to see, so we are not going down further.
So, yeah, during discussion, we would have addressed that. If there is a delay, the only way to affect that at this point, so if this were to be denied, or if there was a motion to delay this to a later date, that would be two ways to do it. The impact of that would be that the open house that is being held next week would not be nearly as informative for the parents, where they would not be able to necessarily say what the tuition is for the upcoming year. They would have to rely on the previous instituted policy discussing the rate that we had already in place with a 3% rider increase each year versus this rollback.
Yeah, I approve that, but I just wanted to see if there is a way later point of time to review this.
Through the chair.
Yeah, we
Yes,
can,
please.
we can
And so-
provide that just through the chair. We can provide a comparison to Tri-County and get that rate
Yeah.
compared to this one. I think we all could, actually, once we know, you'll know, everyone will know this rate, but also
Yeah,
we can look
sure.
at Tri-Counties as well.
And additionally, when this came before policy, there was kind of twofold. There was the price that will be voted on here, but also escalators for prices kind of in the future. And at policy, we kind of asked to not look at the future. We'll kind of get the enrollment numbers, kind of go from there, and then reevaluate. So it's likely that for future years, we'd also kind of retake this up too. So at that point, we'd have the comparative data, if that helps at all.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, Paul, I just wanted to clarify that before. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, one other question. Do we need a motion for the vote? Or are you able to call
So
it?
the motion came out in order to open the discussions.
Right. We don't need a motion to go to vote. Okay, sorry.
No,
I just wanted to
the
make sure.
vote
that-
comes at the very end. The discussion, this discussion is out of turn. Traditionally, discussion is closed, the voting occurs, there's no discussion during the voting.
Correct. I
It's
just
late,
didn't
so
know.
we're just doing it different.
I just wanted to make sure procedurally our vote counted.
Hasn't been concluded yet, but it will.
Gotcha.
So, the additional discussion aside, vote will come in a motion again. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for staying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, in the interest of time, given that we have all been hanging out for just a few hours at this point in time, I'd like to entertain a motion to push items 4 and 5, so discussion only items, the monthly financial report, and then information matters, school committee, subcommittee reports, and liaison reports to the next meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, or any discussion, questions? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. So down to consent agenda.
I recommend approval of the minutes from December 9, 2025 school committee meeting as detailed. I recommend approval of the request of Emily Rossborough and Brian Healy to take DECA students to Boston, Massachusetts from March 12th to the 14th, 2026 for the state competition as detailed. I recommend approval of the request of Emily Rossborough and Brian Healy to take the DECA students to Atlanta, Georgia from April 24th through the 29th, 2026 for the international competition as detailed. I recommend the acceptance of $2,541.09 from Life Touch for supplemental supplies as detailed. I recommend the acceptance of $250 from Sean Jobin for the Jacqueline A. Schaefer Scholarship as detailed. And I recommend the acceptance of $1,458 for in-house enrichment at FHS as follows. Franklin Soccer Boosters, $658. Franklin Hockey Boosters, $800.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as detailed?
So
So
moved.
moved.
A second?
Second.
Any questions, discussion?
Yeah, I know it's late, but just want to thank everybody who made the donations that we kind of voted on. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, the vote will come in a motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. At this point, I'm going to entertain one more motion to forego items number 7 and number 9, so that is go to the order and new business, moving them to the agenda for next week, or
So-
next meeting.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Wonderful, thank you. Questions, comments? All right, vote will come in a motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So the next thing on the agenda is citizens' comments. So, are there any citizens in the audience, in person or online, who would like to comment on an item that falls within the committee's purview? Please come forward, let us know your name, address, and then feel free to state your case.
Sure. Carolyn Cunell, 5 Laurel Court. I'm sure you're all very tired. I know I sure am. If you can keep your listening ears on for just a little bit longer. I have a lot to say, but I know that I only get 3 minutes, so I will talk fast. I am a Franklin resident, a pediatric neuropsychologist, and the mother of 3 boys in our elementary schools. I'm here tonight to express my concerns about the role of educational technology in schools, and hopefully to spark a conversation that will lead to the establishment of policies around the intentional use of technology. I've spent the past few years thinking deeply about how screens are impacting our youth, and at least a few of you here have already been on the receiving end of my emails, questions, and concerns. I've really tried to be thoughtful in how I approach this topic, as it's not a teacher-specific concern, a school-specific issue, or even a concern that's about one specific instructional practice. At this point, though, I'm not sure how to move forward without your support. The research is crystal clear. The digitization of education is not supporting student learning. In fact, students who spend more time on screens during school tend to demonstrate more fragmented attention, weaker emotional regulation, poorer social skills, and lower academic achievement. Reading digital text does not support comprehension as well as print. Typing does not support learning as well as handwriting. Adaptive, one-to-one digital learning tools do not clearly support the retention of knowledge or the generalization of skills to other contexts. Video-based movement breaks offer no advantage over non-digital movement breaks,
And while screen-based rewards like movies at lunchtime may be engaging for kids, the exposure to screens throughout the day fuels regulatory challenges and limits opportunities for the development of social skills. This isn't a Franklin-specific issue, and this is not an attack on Franklin teachers or our school system more broadly. We heard so many amazing things happening in our schools here tonight. But I think this is an opportunity for our community to lead, to invest in ways that truly advance our student skills across academic, cognitive, social, and behavioral domains. I have so many ideas about how we can more intentionally structure the use of screens in schools and give our students more opportunity to become deeply engaged thinkers with a better capacity for self-regulation and stronger skills for interpersonal connection. Ultimately, though, I'm one person, and while I have a great deal of clinical experience and knowledge about neurodevelopment, I'm not a teacher, a curriculum specialist, or an educational technology expert. We need our community to come together to acknowledge this issue and to unite around an evidence-based path forward. A neighboring town has begun doing exactly that. School officials, educators, and parents have worked together to define shared values around technology use, to set limits on screen time in schools, and to clarify when digital tools should and should not be used. They've replaced movie days with board game days, craft days, and other activities that promote communication, collaboration, and play. And Franklin students deserve the same. I want to end by highlighting that this issue becomes especially relevant in light of the December 10th Finance Committee meeting, where the replacement of student Chromebooks, teacher laptops, interactive screens, and other technology infrastructure was estimated to cost $1.5 million annually. It feels essential that we fully understand how educational technology is being used and under what circumstances it truly leads to better learning outcomes before continuing to invest at this scale. I have some other written comments and information to share after tonight's meeting concludes, if anyone's willing to take a deeper look at this issue. Not tonight, maybe tomorrow over your coffee. But I'd love to consider how we can move forward as a community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else?
Steve Sherlock, 13 Magnolia Drive, Community Information Director for Franklin Matters, Franklin Public Radio. Embarrassingly, I was sitting taking notes all this time, so my screen time during the meeting is concerning, and I know we've talked about it. Happy New Year. It's the first time I've seen you this time around, so Happy New Year. It's going to be a busy year. It's going to be a working. You've already started, and clearly the night is we've done. Quick plugs in regards to proper use of the microphone. It is your best buddy at the meeting, so we all can hear what is done and then come back to the recording and still hear people enunciating properly. Thank you for that. What else can be done? The quick plug as we get into calendar and planning, the recurring request that if there are booster clubs, PCCs, anybody doing some fundraising events, there's a form on Franklin Matters, or you can send me an email, get the calendar item out there. We'll help spread the word. It's part of the daily calendar for any of the fundraising events that day. But if I only see it on the night of, I miss the opportunity to put it out there in that day. I'd like to help more, but I need your help, meaning the community's help, the educators' help, the PCC's helps, the booster club's helps, in order to say, hey, we want to do something, and let's help. Together, we can do it much better. So thank you for that. If I had the technology to write faster and then translate the notes, because this is the notes that becomes the reports, et cetera, it's worthy of discussion. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, so now, based on that, I've seen no other hands raised in the virtual setting, and given the adjustments that we made to the agenda, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. Sorry.
Motion to adjourn. No.
Second?
Second.
All right. No discussion. Vote will come on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.